Barnes or Ben Benoit for you to check.
Okay, we'll do a quick check. Ralph Barnes, Ben Benoit, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Commissioner.
I can hear you, Commissioner.
Okay, then let's go ahead and get started. The next two meetings are shown on your agenda. If you want to take a look at the bottom, just above the consent agenda list, that the next two meetings will be July 13th and July 20th, same hour. But anyway, as we begin, as we always do, we would like to begin with a prayer reading or thought by anyone in the room here, as well as lead us into with the Pledge of Allegiance. Anyone like to volunteer for one or the other? Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Please, anyone could lead us in the pledge then. And when you come up, identify yourself if you would. Please come up then.
Dan Miller. Our Heavenly Father, we're thankful for this opportunity we have to gather as citizens in this community. We're grateful for this free country that allows us to do just this. We're grateful for those who volunteer and those who put their names forward to serve. We pray that Thy Spirit will be with us this day and the things that are discussed, that will be directed by Thee, and do it in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Please repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sir, what was your name? Paul Washburn? Thank you, Paul. Okay, what we'll do now, we will go ahead and look through the regular agenda items and consider which ones that we have reviewed independently ourselves. And if there are questions, we will hold that so that we can talk about it during regular agenda. Once we have finished that, then we'll go into our work session. Okay, so we have items 1 through 10. Are there any that should be held?
I don't have any.
None?
I did not have any either.
Okay, none from 1 to 10. 11 through 22. I think we should hold 14. We can just read through the changes on the tax rate levies, which have gone down.
15,
15 for Commissioner Lee.
Yeah.
17, and 17.
17 for Commissioner Lee.
Yep. Those actually were the only ones I had as well.
What was that?
Those were the only ones I had as
Okay,
well.
the same one? Okay.
Yep, I had the same ones.
And I think, do we have any items for 23, 24, 25, or 6 from council?
Please set 23 and 24.
23 and 24, hold those?
Yes.
Or table those?
And strike 25, 26, okay? We can do that.
Okay. And then strike 25 and 26. Okay. If no further comment, then Alice, would you review what we just agreed to?
You bet. I have us holding regular agenda items number 14, 15, 17, and then as far as closed meetings, we're going to hold as stated numbers 23 and 24 and striking 25 and 26.
Correct, okay. All right. If no other comments from the commission body, we'll go into our work session then. Okay, do we have a listen to an update from Utah State University Extension? Please come up.
We should have a PowerPoint. Ton Bettis, USU Extension of Santaquin. So, wait for just a second. Yeah, I'd like to thank the commission for allowing us here. I thank you for your support and wanted to give an update on what we're doing in the county to benefit county residents. So we'll be bouncing back and forth a little bit between various extension employees. So what I'd like to talk about is that USU Extension, around $2 million, a little over $2 million in impact in the county as far as what we're doing. Our salaries are listed there, and there's some other information on services that we render. And we'll get into some of these details as we go along. So, one other thing is USU has performed assessment of what we've been doing and found that overall within Utah County, the overall satisfaction with county residents for USU Extension is a 95.95 out of 1, which is a pretty good rating. So I'll turn the time over, and I'll hop back up in a minute for the ag and horticulture portion, but I'll turn the time over to our 4-H.
As you come up, I think my boys are actually at the 4-H camp right now.
Oh, they're down at the 4-H classes?
They're
Awesome.
doing the 4-H classes right now. Yep, they're there as
Excellent.
we speak.
Okay, how do I make this go? All right, last time we spoke and presented, we had the opportunity to get some good feedback, and using that feedback, we are spending this summer, we have made connections with the Utah North Joab County Bookmobile, and we are working in conjunction with them. We've been able to bring on a part-time STEM facilitator who is meeting up with the Bookmobile at about 10 or 15 different locations throughout the county and doing hour-long STEM activities in conjunction before the Bookmobile moves on. So some of the places that they are currently at are listed there. We'll be doing that June through August. This is a free opportunity for any youth in that area or community to come and participate in. Thus far, estimates we've reached, just in the 3 weeks that we've been doing this, we started this on June 7th, we've reached over 60 youth who have attended the Bookmobile and taken part in the STEM activities while there. In addition, we are also offering hour-long free activities at Salem, Mapleton, and Payson libraries on a weekly basis. I had the opportunity to go down and teach in Payson last week. Our STEM facilitator was on vacation, and we had 20 youth show up to do our magnetism activity and to learn about magnetic fields and magnetism. It was a lot of fun. And so you can see some of the youth we're estimating we've reached in those different libraries just in the 3 weeks of summer thus far. In conjunction with that, our STEM facilitator will be also our ICEE grant facilitator, and she will be reaching into 5th grade classrooms in the fall and presenting our WindSpheres Collide curriculum. This is a statewide effort, and Utah County is jumping on the 2nd year of this grant. And so our goal is to reach every 5th grade classroom in Utah County with this lesson. It's an hour-long lesson talking about environment and interactions between humans and environment. And this will, as a grant, goes through 2023. And just lastly, to the left, some of the things that we've been able to accomplish within 4-H just since January of this year. Extension has brought on a livestock coordinator who is helping facilitate that youth programming as well as adult programming. We have a new archery club, our STEM camps, of course. We have the opportunity to meet up and have between 4 counties 38 youth attend a cowboy camp where we introduce them to our agricultural and beef industry, and they got to learn about how that process happens here in Utah. That was a lot of fun, and we've done some service activities with our military youth in our office. As you can see, our enrollment is continuing. That little red line on that graph is this current year, and so we're a little bit above our previous 3 years since I came on and began tracking our trajectory. And so we're really excited to see that we may hopefully break or hit the 1,000 youth mark by the end of August with our total enrollment for the year. Another initiative that's coming out is we're beginning to look at parity within our communities and working to reach parity specifically with our Latino community. We're developing programs and outreach activities specifically in that community outside of our 4-H mentoring program, which reaches a large number of that youth currently. So other than that, that's 4-H thus far. Any questions? And I'm sorry, I'm Melanie with Ogun. I'm the 4-H coordinator.
Thank you.
No, just remarkable work. Thank you. The kids need this sort of thing.
Awesome, thank you.
I need this sort of thing.
Well, when you, sorry, go back to that one. I
Yes,
have a couple
please.
questions. When you asked about the enrollment, it said like 441. Is that the total number of youth
That's
in our
just-
county enrolled? Or
No, that's
those
just the number of
programs?
youth not in a non-mentoring, non-livestock, non-horse program.
Okay, do you know how many youth are participating in 4-H programs countywide?
Countywide?
Yeah.
Our total enrollment right now is 880.
Fantastic. Couple more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Talk to us about the displays that we see at the county fair.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So we will have the indoor exhibits again. The displays are representative of all of the youth who, their project areas. And our project, basically, to use a kid term, 4-H is all the things. Your project can literally be on anything. We have categories, and you'll see lots of arts and crafts, photography, handicrafts, needlework, sewing, cooking. Some of the kids who aren't into that, but more into the animal, can do presentations or have presentation boards about their animal program and those sorts of things.
I know
So-
there's like engineering when I went
Engineering,
through
there's
last
an
year,
entire STEM section, so, and that sort of thing. And these are representative of what the youth have been learning over the course of the year and their opportunity to show off their skill or demonstrate their skill or the things they've learned in their chosen project areas. And just on a side note, I'll do a little plug for 4-H and the fair in that we are also this year we'll be having a chicken and rabbit show as well as a dog show at the fair, in addition to our indoor exhibits.
Who does the judging on that for the fair?
For our indoor exhibits, volunteers from Juab County come up and they judge via a rubric, and then in exchange, we go and judge Juab County.
Well, that's fantastic. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? Awesome.
Okay. So in Extension Ag, and we will keep bouncing back and forth a little bit, Mike, Karen, and I, who will come up in a moment, have what's called the Master Gardener Program, and we train volunteers to help with horticultural programming in other areas. They traditionally volunteer at county fairs. They help with garden programming up at Thanksgiving Point. They do a lot of different things in the county, but they offered over 5,000 hours of community service last year. And so within that, I want to introduce our new replacement for Dean Minor. He doesn't tell jokes yet. I guess Commissioner Lee would understand that.
Yeah.
But I'll have Jake come up and introduce a little about himself and what he's doing.
Thanks, Ton. My name's Jake Hadfield. I'm actually Utah County. I was born and raised here. The last 3 years, though, I've been the agriculture extension agent in Cache County. And so the job came open when Dean retired. So anyway, I'm glad to be back home. I'm originally from Lehigh. I think I may have said that. But happy to be here with you. One thing that's interesting about my position is it's specifically an ag economics position. So I work with adult education on ag economics, and I'm actually split 50-50 between Utah and Juab County. So just some interesting little things that kind of changed up with that position. One of the first things I wanted to bring up, just talking about programs that we have, right now we have a program, it's mental health for ranchers and farmers right now. We're working closely with the Utah Department of Ag and actually have secured a grant that was about $500,000 to be able to help farmers and ranchers with mental health because it's becoming a rising concern that we've seen. Now, this is a statewide program. It's not specific just to Utah County, However, this program is going to allow farmers and ranchers who may be struggling with mental health issues, different things like that, to be able to get a voucher so that they can be able to get mental health services for free. And so this program works closely with them. There's kind of a vetting service. We're still working out some of the kinks, but this program we're hoping to have it up and running in late August. And so this is a program we're really excited about. Some other things, we just got a grant funded from the Division of Water Quality, and we actually got $90,000 to run what we call the Small Farm Wastewater Improvement Project. And the goal of that project is farmers and ranchers can apply for grants. Basically, they can apply for up to $10,000 to help improve facilities, fencing, different things on their farm, anything that will improve water quality. So if they have a stream or something running through and they need either an update to infrastructure or an update in fencing, this grant can go to those funds to be able to improve the water quality overall. Now, there is a 20% match, but that match can also come in labor. So if they're willing to put up the fence, that can be the 20% match in a sense. Last but not least, as you're familiar, Dean has done just such a great job with Farm Field Days. That is going to continue. We're going to be continuing that on. We're still working to get the dates in line and everything for fall, but we're moving forward as we go. And so anyway, are there any questions for me about these programs or different things?
The suicide rate, can you give us some background as to why it's higher than the general population? There's some things that I think it's affecting this, but I'd like to have your insights on it.
So there's a couple things I think that are really at effect here. One thing is that a lot of our ag land falls in rural areas, and rural areas tend to have higher suicide rates as well. And so in those rural areas, I think a lot of times what we see is there's not as much access to resources, mental health resources. I mean, if you look at, and I know we're going out of Utah County here, but if you look at someone who lives in Delta, they might even have to drive all the way to Spanish Fork or Provo before they can find mental health services. So that's one thing. Another thing is we're starting to see in the ag industry, well, we've seen with drought, that has become a severe stressor for our farmers. I mean, honestly, I'll tell you, if we can't get out of drought, this is going to be really hard for us to figure out how to make ends meet. And right now, if you look at costs, and it's affecting everyone, not just ag, but costs continue to go up in every shape, way, and form, but ag prices don't tend to go up with those costs. And so we're seeing a lot of stressors on family. I know that some studies have actually shown that some farmers are feeling the pressure that this land has been in their family for generations, like over and over, and this is the generation that's losing the farm. And a lot of farms are really struggling, and a lot of people are really struggling with the idea that they're the ones who lost the farm, thinking it's their fault.
Yeah, I've heard that
when
many
it's
times,
just when it's just conditions. It's just the way conditions are right now. And, hopefully we can see things change and things can improve. And that's one thing I hope to do with this ag economic piece, is be able to talk about the economics, look at ways that we can improve overall, maybe improve marketing as well as improve some other forms so that we can be able to provide more financial help to our producers overall.
Over, a multi-decade period of time, the suicide rate, is it fairly steady? Is it arc up and down depending on the economic conditions of the country?
With agriculture specific? Or?
Yes, on this rate that you're showing us here.
On this rate, this is higher. So what they've seen is this is higher than what we've seen in the past. I don't know what the specific percentage was before, but the last probably about 10 years, we've really seen this go up.
Okay.
A lot of people do say that another reason that the suicide rate is so high is just because of the means that rural areas have in suicide as well. So,
okay.
I have a question on the farm field days. I think we may have a new resource coming soon in our county. Have you talked to the folks at Thanksgiving Point at all? They're in the process of taking out and completely redoing their farm, and they want to make it a working, learning farm. And so on that, not necessarily, I mean, it could impact farm field days, but even just beyond that, that may be another resource that we have for ag education.
Yeah, it's actually funny you mentioned that because I actually am working really closely with Thanksgiving Point. I
Fantastic.
applied and I actually am kind of at this point I'm helping them to write fact sheets and kind of be a consultant on the ag side. So I'm working very closely. In fact, I have a meeting with them tomorrow at 9:30. And so we're working very closely. And I think you're right. I think this might be a venue for farm field days in the future because where they're going, I think a lot of the things they're doing are very innovative and they're really pushing for improvement on that thing. I think they do a great job with their farm country, but I do think that in improving and kind of getting it more modernized would be huge. So
I agree. That's kind of why I mentioned I think it may be a huge asset for ag education. Farm field days, it would be a great location, but beyond that, just the opportunity that we have. I don't know if there's a way to partner with them with 4-H or with just youth education programs to ensure that our youth are understanding where their food comes from and what opportunities there are available in the workforce in those areas.
yeah, and I think that's something because Thanksgiving Point has a really good relationship with 4-H already. They work pretty close together. And Mike Karen, who's going to be speaking, he actually was housed out there for quite a while, so he has a really good relationship too.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
and
great to
so
hear.
I really think that this is open, and they're really open with working with us. And I think that you're right on with that. I think this is going to be a great opportunity just to provide more education to our youth. So
Great.
So with the farm field days, this fall, you've got the equestrian center. Is that scheduled?
we do well.
They're still unable to schedule it yet. They're still trying to work out the kinks and won't schedule yet.
We've got a soft. Well, Belva Park has a soft commitment at this point at that facility. So that's about as much as we've heard.
You got to make sure and talk with Richard afterwards to make sure and get a harder commitment on that.
Okay.
You saw it on the
Well,
schedule? Okay.
That's good.
I just want to make sure it's there.
Okay. Perfect.
That's great.
Oh, yes. So one of the things I did want to say is as I'm getting started in this position, I'm kind of start with a needs assessment. And so one of the things I would like to do is just talk to each of you on a separate day and kind of make an appointment to meet with you so that I can talk about what the needs are in Utah County agriculture and see how we can address them. So.
Have we ever worked together on the mental health aspect of it to see what, I don't know. I know, for example, with law enforcement, there's special training for people in mental health that deal with folks in law enforcement. And there's special training for folks that deal with mental health with first responders and the healthcare industry. I don't know is there a program or is there a standard nationwide that is designed to specifically help those in ag if we have, a problem? Is there a way that we could partner with our local health authorities?
So there's not a standard, I would say, but they're developing resources as we speak. One specific one is called Farm Aid, and there's a phone number. It's Farm Aid is the phone number, 1-800-FARM-AID. Basically, those resources are directed at farmers, and that's a line that they can call for help. However, there is not a standard yet that we've set up, but I've worked closely with the Utah Department of Ag at our pesticide applicator trainings when we're training farmers and ranchers on those things, where one of the safety credits is actually a mental health training where we talk about different symptoms, different illnesses that can come from mental health and how to help someone who may be struggling with that. So that's about the training where it's at now. I do wish that we had kind of a standard of training, but we're still working on the curriculum and trying to develop that.
Okay.
So is that voucher, is it a general voucher and then you can go to the provider of their choice, or is it a specific voucher?
That's right now, those are some of the kinks we're working on. We're trying to figure out how this program is exactly going to run. There's a potential that we might be working through Intermountain Healthcare, but right now it's still not for sure where and that process is going to be, because we're trying to figure out, because of HIPAA laws and different things like that, we have to be very careful on how we approach that.
So I would be interested in seeing if we could work together with Wasatch Behavioral Health, which we make up the authority board for that, because I know that they've got some great programs that are starting to look at telehealth, for example. You talk about the rural and some of those issues. If we've got a farmer, in our county, in Alberta, but in Joab County, they might be in Eureka or they might be down in Delta. But if we've got resources that have telehealth abilities, so they have, that they've just launched this year, so it's fairly new. They've got almost like a crisis program where if you call them with a crisis, they will find the first available telehealth appointment for you. So you could use your phone, you could use a computer, an iPad, and they have, and what it is there's a system where they can see all the gaps and all of the schedules for all of their clinicians. And if you have an emergency that comes up, they'll fit you in one of those gaps, oftentimes same day or within 24 hours. And it's a telehealth appointment, and that might really help the rural communities. So as you start to explore this this new program, and you've got a grant for it, we would love to work with you on that and see, does this fit into some of these programs? For example, could your grant pay for a voucher so that if a farmer is having a crisis, we refer them through the telehealth program, but maybe the fee is covered? Because the farmer may not qualify for Medicaid, but if they're an individual farmer, they may not have health insurance that covers this, right? Mm-hmm. So we might have existing programs that we could work together. We are a very ag-friendly commission, but we're also very concerned about mental health. And I wonder if we could take the initiatives we've been working on and work together.
No, I think that'd be great. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest problems we were looking at is telehealth, because we were trying to find a system that already had it set up. Montana has a great system right now. They have set up that sounds similar to what you were talking about, where they will find the next telehealth appointment. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, I would love to work on that together and see what we can do, because that's a big part of it is, you know, in the rural nature of a lot of our ag producers, I think it'd be great if we can be able to provide those services and help them. So yeah, I will probably be sending you some emails to work on that together. Yeah, that'd be great. We could
connect you with the folks in charge of those programs, and would love to. Might as well. I mean, if we're all working on similar issues, we could probably utilize each other's resources.
Yep, 100%. I think that'd be great. So
yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Let's follow up on that, please. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect.
So Michael Karen is next. Michael Karen, I wanted to clarify, Jake is split between Utah and Juab counties, but USU Mike has been housed at Thanksgiving Point and has been kind of an at-large horticulturist that works regionally. But Mike has shifted his responsibility so that half his time to make up what we lost from Jake is spent in the county in agricultural areas. So I'll turn the time over to Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. It's good to be here. Like Ton said, I've been in the county for a while, but working under a special appointment from Utah State University and a partnership with Thanksgiving Point to do horticulture education and programming there. I have a grape variety research trial there where we're evaluating table and hardy wine grape varieties for their suitability here locally, and we've been getting a lot more calls and interest from small producers wanting to know information about grapes, and I've talked to some of the larger commercial growers that are interested in putting in grapes as a small farm specialty crop. That's something that has a lot of potential value. High dollar value, drip irrigated, a lot more water efficient than some of the other crops that we have. So something that I've been working on for a number of years. But potential dollar value of $3,000 a ton and up for table grapes. I bring also expertise in greenhouse operation and management, and have already been working with small growers in the county on their small farm greenhouse needs and crop production there, including local nurseries and vegetable producers. And then I do a lot with landscape irrigation, and I have a pretty strong background in drip irrigation, so I've been working a lot with homeowners and growers on drip irrigation resources and how they can implement that for water savings, and then also with appropriate landscape plant selection to help select plants that are better adapted to our climate, and particularly with the drought issues that we face here too. I'm also a collaborator on a grant that we wrote for the Utah Specialty Crop Block Grant through the Department of Agriculture here in Utah. We're going to start a training and implementation system for local nurseries, and this will actually be in Utah County and also in Salt Lake and Davis counties. but we'll be working with local small nurseries to help them develop smart controllers, both learning how to use them and implement them for their nursery businesses to help them conserve water when growing their crops for sale to the public for trees and shrubs and vegetables and things like that. So there's quite a few things going on that I'm involved with, and I'm looking to expand and delve more deeply into county needs at large, as my focus, Ton said, has shifted more to being a little bit more focused in Utah County at large instead of just more primarily at Thanksgiving Point. So are there any questions for me? It's more of an introduction really than
This is all very timely. Year after year of drought, so this is welcome. Thank you.
I was a couple of questions. How many acres are needed to get a good grape crop to make it kind of worth it? Do you know?
So there's not necessarily, I mean, there's always an economy of scale, but we're talking about table grapes. They're pretty labor intensive as far as just hand labor, because they're all hand harvested, whereas opposed to wine grapes, they would typically be mechanically harvested. So grapes is something that small growers can get into fairly easily. So you can put in something that would be profitable on a quarter acre or a half acre, especially if someone was interested in looking at U-pick operations, which is some discussions that I've had with some of the growers that already grow fruit here. And so there really isn't any local producer that puts out local like table grapes at farmers markets and things like that. There's really no, that's a big void. All the table grapes are sold here are imported from other parts of the U.S. and from South America typically. So there is a potential niche market for that. It's a high value crop. On the flip side, it does have some fairly high infrastructure costs for trellising and irrigation and stuff to set that up. But as a long-lived crop, typically growers that grow grapes typically expect a 20 to 25 year crop lifespan, and it can be a lot longer than that. So the potential returns on that can be long in process.
Yeah, it seems like that would be a really good option for some of our urban farming, right? That's why I asked. I was thinking that, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but last year we enacted urban farming for the county for between 1 and 5 acres for irrigated land. And we're just getting it off the ground. But if there's people interested in it, if they could be profitable on a small amount of land, it seems like, it's hard to be profitable. Like if you only have an acre, it's hard to put in like a peach orchard.
Right.
Right. But if you could put in grapes and be profitable on 1 acre, that would be, do we have production numbers? I know in order to qualify for Greenbelt, we look at ADUs. Do we have production numbers on what land should be for grapes so that if people were trying to use grapes for their Greenbelt status?
I'm not aware of any numbers.
We do have research on what he's harvested over the last 3 years. He has a half acre, but it's 18 varieties that are continually changed.
But we could come up with something.
But yeah, I have calculated harvest potentials for the varieties that we're trialing, and some of them are pretty darn good. So up to 9 or 10 tons an acre. Wow. So which is great. It's a lot better than alfalfa. So.
Where are you doing those tests?
So this is around this is part of that partnership with Thanksgiving Point. I put these grapes in around the show barn at Thanksgiving Point. Okay. So if you've ever been out there, those are a USU project that I got a grant to put in. There was grapes there before, but there was mainly 2 varieties, and they were just grown for the look. They weren't involved in anything productive, except for just opening it up for the community just to come and pick grapes for free. So we actually we gutted it and put in an actual research trial with replicated plots. And we actually, I think, now have 22 varieties in the trial that are hardy or are supposed to be winter hardy that we're evaluating. And so the ones that have proven to be winter hardy, we're gathering harvest and other critical information on.
So if somebody was going to grow grapes and they were not going to use table grapes, for example, if they wanted to do wine grapes, are there clientele here in Utah? Are there distilleries, are there wineries that they could sell them to? Or do we have if we had someone on county land, Do you know, fellow commissioners, do we have a policy on wineries on county land? Or do you, I mean,
I
I guess that was a two-part question. One for you is, are there customers they could sell these to?
no.
Okay, so
There's
then it's
not.
almost like they would have to make their own wine.
There's a couple things going on here. Wine grapes are an interesting commodity in that the typical wine grape is a European grape, like say Sauv Blanc or something, right? Those grapes typically don't grow in the climate of northern Utah. They'll grow in southern Utah to some extent. And there are commercial wineries there that I have spent some time with, helping them develop their farms and set up their wineries. The only other sizable grower, and then there are, and those grapes are typically not, the European grapes that are used for those are typically not very winter hardy. So for a lot of years now, there's been various levels of hybridization of European wine grapes with American grape species, which are cold hardy and disease resistant. And while those are becoming a lot more popular back east, particularly in Michigan, Ohio, New York, they're slow to catch on because these are new varieties that haven't got that extensive wine background. They can make good wine, but it takes different techniques, and so that's still a market that is in its infancy. And we haven't had 200 years of development with those varieties like we have with the European grapes.
Well, I know I lived in Canada for a number of years when I worked with Caterpillar, and in the Okanagan Valley, they did like an ice wine.
Yes.
Which obviously that's going to be cold hardy because it's an ice wine. I don't know.
No, ice wine is that they harvest the grapes after a freeze. And so the grapes are still on the vine when there's a heavy frost, and that actually draws more water out of the grape. So the sugar content is like through the roof high. So they make these really expensive dessert wines. And so, but I actually spent time in the Okanagan as well, and they have some lovely vineyards up there. And they have their climate moderated by the lakes there, and also with their terrain. So they can get away with some of the European varieties. And there are some that do okay here, but generally speaking, a lot of people that grow them only get reliable harvests occasionally because of the winter injury.
So as you work with people, will then you be working with more of the table grape variety?
Yeah, but I've been getting a lot more people interested in varieties for wine, just local, just personal winemakers. And then there is a commercial grower up in the northern part of the state that has planted, I think he's up to about 80,000 vines, which
Up
is
in
like...
Cache County. I think
No, this is in
there was
Box Elder County, actually.
Okay, there's a farm up in Cache County that it looks like they have a ton. They have like
Yeah, they have some grapes. I know which one you're talking about. They just got a wine license there. They're mostly going to be making wine from peaches. They have a little bit in grapes, but they're not really doing hybrid wine grapes. So that's an up and coming industry. Possibly, I have a few varieties of wine grapes in the trial, but it is mostly table grapes.
Okay, interesting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to follow up just a little bit. Mike mentioned that we are working on drip, and we've been doing that as a team with some other horticulturists, some other counties. And part of the problem we see in the office with people wanting to do drip is that it's a completely new thing to them. You know, they know PVC, maybe poly, but drip systems are just foreign, and it's hard to figure out not only how to install them, but how long to run them. And so we've been doing tables and doing the math to figure out to make drip systems as easy as possible. And so we've been going through and putting together some fact sheets. We have plans for going online with some of this for calculators. But if someone wants to use something like drip tape, sometime Netafim's another brand of this that we've figured out. You know, USU recommends irrigating with a 1/2 inch of water about 3 to 4 times a week. And so if you were using 5/8 inch drip tape with 8 inch emitter spacing, you're going to be wanting to run that for about 3 hours and 15 minutes if you are following the pressure recommendations from the company that the drip irrigation came from. And so those, I think, we're getting to a point that we've been hitting people with their sprinklers and things, and I don't want to regulate anybody. I'd rather educate and hope that people would take it to heart. But there are so many other areas that water is used, and a drip system does you no good if you run it way too long, because when they're run correctly, they can be about 90% efficient. And so we've also figured these out for the drip tubes, which are also quite popular in garden situations. And there's all sorts of varieties, sizes, and emitter spacings and things. But what we've tried to do with these is just, okay, if you're going to be watering 3 times a week, you're going to see if you're using a 0.9 gallon emitter on 12-inch spacing, then you're going to run that for about 42 minutes to get your half-inch, so that we can keep the plants healthy. Watering correctly reduces diseases, it maximizes yields because it increases plant health. But this is an area that no one's really gone into so far, and we find little information on this, and we're trying to get it more accessible to the general public. So, okay, any questions for me on that so far?
So you're just in the study phase now, or are you actually publishing?
Well, we're in the study phase right now, and we've been meeting every other week trying to get this out as quickly as possible, but keep the quality of it up so that we're not making mistakes on how much to irrigate and how long and things. But it's in the study phase right now, but a lot of the work is being done. We've also been working, and I didn't put it in here, there's a former agent down in Juab County that made a PVC drip system that's quite popular, that he drills 16-inch holes into, and Mike and I have been doing a lot of work with it to make sure that we know how much needs to be applied according to water pressure with it also. So, but this is new. We've started this within the last 2 months, and there's a fact sheet that should be coming out soon on garden drip irrigation that we'll be doing in conjunction with the Utah Botanical Center up in Kaysville, USU Botanical Center, and it will be out within the next couple of months, but this will all be out this year. So,
okay. Yeah, I think that's, like you had mentioned, very timely for the drought. That's phenomenal information.
Thank you. I'll turn the time over to our Home and Community Department.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm Cindy Jenkins over the Home and Community Department, right? So just a few of the things that we've been working on is Create Better Health, of course, is one of our ongoing programs. And so that's where we really get into teaching, especially those from lower income situations, nutrition, healthy finances or surrounding food, things like that. Food security is one of the top issues or top concerns for Utah residents, so this is actually a pretty big deal. And I'm really happy to say that we do have great benefits, right? And we've been able to teach classes throughout the county. And just to give you a little report, since the beginning of our fiscal year last year in October, we've taught 44 classes to 286 people. And then our we call them indirect efforts when we teach classes online, Facebook Live or do social media posts. Our reach has gotten to over 13,000 people. So that's really exciting there. And then in addition, I'm really happy because I went through and I did all the numbers. I speak Spanish and I'm really passionate about reaching out to our Hispanic residents here, since we do have a high Hispanic population. About 66% of our programming is done in Spanish currently. So I think that's
60%?
66, 2/3 right now.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's a big deal, and I think that it's a good achievement for us. And then one last thing that I want to say about Create Better Health is that just in the last few months, we decided to do a big healthy food drive in partnership with the Utah County Department of Health, with Weave, a private company here in Utah County, and then along with some different Latter-day Saint church groups. And we collected 660 pounds of food plus financial donations that all went to Tabitha's Way. So we're really, really excited about that. And of course, great economic values come from all those things, where families have better meal planning, they know how to buy their food better, they save money, and they're just more economically stable as well. So just happy to report on those numbers. Okay, so another thing that I did in partnership with Gabby, who is over our HARP program, is that we created a community wellness program called Community Health Quest. And especially with the pandemic, we saw the need. And I just want to like turn to my other faculty member, Jake here. Hey, Jake. He's a little bit newer to our team, and so we have not quite yet seen how we overlap. But I do a lot with resilience and confidence work, so let's connect. But we saw that, especially with the pandemic, there was a lot of need for resilience, confidence building because of those high suicide and depression rates. You've all seen the SHARP data. We've seen the community needs assessments. It's a big deal, right? And especially during the pandemic, where it was really hard for people to gather for a wellness program, we wanted to make it app-based. We wanted to help people focus on their families, their friends who were already around them, people who were already within their groups. So this is what we did. We partnered with United Way of Utah County, and we used their Everyday Strong program, and then we created this app-based program, and with also the United Way partnerships that they already have in line. We partnered with Pleasant Grove City, Vineyard City, and Orem City, and we had 47 Utah County residents sign up for our program within 4 days. That was where we put the cap at. That was what we could do with the funding we had, and these were our results. So self-efficacy, which is basically self-esteem, for the people who did pre and post surveys went from 52 to 93%. Mental health increased from 67 to 96%. Depression rates decreased from 29 to 7%. I think these numbers are a big deal. We are really excited to report about it, and we are currently looking for more funding so that way we can continue the program. And we are really hoping to get maybe into some more niche areas and work with young girls, maybe even some at-risk populations in the future. We kind of had to run our beta project just with the community at large, right? Happy to report there as well.
How many people were served in this program?
Okay, so pretty much 47 people, that's where we had to cap our number based on our funding. However, when you think about 47 people who were involved, right, not only did it likely benefit them, but it probably benefited their families. So you're potentially looking at hundreds of people just from one program who were able to benefit from just a simple, what we did in the program is we gave them daily tasks where we said, okay, here are different things that you can do. Really, we wanted to give them more tools in their tool belt, in their toolkit, right? To say, okay, this is how you fight depression. This is how you fight those winter blues. And so we had them do little things like, hey, reach out to your family member, go on a walk with a friend, write a thank you note and give it to someone. And we were able to give them a few items like a hiking backpack, or a picnic blanket. And we said, okay, how did you utilize your item? What did you do with it? And then we asked them which one was your favorite item. And every item was their favorite. They loved all the different things. So yes, potentially hundreds of people were benefited from this program. Mm-hmm.
That's great.
And it was a 6-week program. Okay, so next up, I wanted to talk about the Utah Women in Leadership Project. This is really fun. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Dr. Susan Madsen and her work that she's doing throughout Utah and throughout the world. I've also partnered with her. She's one of our Utah State specialists, and so I work with her as well. And I was the one who helped organize our Utah County What Can I Do? Commissioner Sakovich was able to attend. Thank you so much. We had 38 people, 30 of our Utah County leaders attend. We have a report published. I know it was emailed to you guys, but I brought you copies just in case you wanted one here. We have a follow-up meeting in the fall that I'm really excited. And then in addition to that, we're putting together a work group. So I don't know exactly what we'll be able to do with that work group. We haven't had our first meeting quite yet. However, think of the potential there, right? So just from one meeting, I think a lot of good will be coming from this in Utah County. And then in addition to that, kind of as a side project, but still working with Susan Madsen because she works a lot with young girls, right? However, a lot of it is also based on, okay, how can we build up confidence in young girls? So I worked with some other staff members, faculty members throughout Utah, my other kind of co-people, but in different counties. And we wrote a confidence curriculum for youth. Last year we had a Bear Lake Adventure Camp, and then we were able to publish that curriculum. And we kind of tweaked one and made it more for just girls, and we did it on the Utah Women in Leadership Project site, so that one is there. And then the 4-H site is kind of tweaked more for just youth in general, and it's published on that website. And then I'm happy to report that because of that curriculum, it was adopted by Escape the Vape and other faculty members throughout the state of Utah. It's currently being taught to hundreds of youth throughout the state, and then we are going to run a day camp. Melanie and I will do that in August for our Utah County youth, and that will be another rewarding program that will help many youth. And then the last thing, funny that we were also talking about suicide rates just a little bit earlier. I'm currently writing a suicide snapshot for Dr. Madsen, which outlines the big risk factors here in Utah. And just to kind of go over some of the big risk factors here, comparing, we are actually in what is kind of a high suicide belt. And it kind of encompasses the mountainous areas here in the Midwest, where you can kind of see, if you look at a map of the United States, there's a whole line of red outlined in all the states that are like Utah, Colorado, the ones just north of us, the ones just south of us. So even our high elevation rates is a potential reason for this. In addition to that, Utah specific for our youth, from anyone, right, we have LGBTQ concerns that might be affecting those individuals. The suicide snapshot that I'm writing, it is geared specifically towards women. So I know more of the risk factors for women. I know that dating and marriage in risky situations where there could be domestic violence is also a high risk factor for individuals. Rural areas, like Jake mentioned, is also a high risk factor. And there are several others that could go into that. And then as a comparison, men are far more likely to commit suicide than girls, than women. However, the depression rates and the attempt rates are much higher among women. So those are some interesting factoids there. And then as soon as that is published, hopefully in the next month or two, I'll send it over to you guys. And then I'm just also happy to say that in the coming months, there are just some really good projects coming up, like the one with Melanie. And then I'm also writing an entrepreneurship curriculum right now for women who are in lower economic areas, to help them build some entrepreneurial skills, confidence skills, things like that. I've partnered with South Franklin. We'll be teaching it there in the fall. And then one last project that I want to tell you about is a homelessness project that it's a nutrition training for those who are in transitional housing. I partnered with BYU and Provo Food and Care Coalition. We'll be teaching that one as well in the fall. On site there. So that's what I'm doing. Any questions?
You're remarkable.
Great.
One question I have for you.
Yes.
When you do your teaching, you talked about the food preparation and so forth. Do you record that in video and then put that into a library so it can be used over and over?
Not always. So sometimes on occasion we will do that. So especially for our food preservation courses, we do a lot of that. For just the Create Better Health programs, some of those we do put online. So that way we kind of have a library online. But I don't necessarily have one specific library where I keep everything or one specific website where I keep everything. But I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, because I just know that if I'm listening to a talk or a book or anything like that, sometimes I turn up the speed a little bit, so I can hear it sound like Mickey Mouse, but, at least I get the information. And I do the same with instructional stuff, on YouTube or whatever. I kind of go through the introduction of who they are and all that and get right to what I'm looking for. And so I'm just wondering if that would be beneficial for some.
I think it would be highly beneficial. And in fact, a community resident was even asking me a little bit about something like that the other day. So I think that's just another little nudge for me to get something like that going. So thank you. I appreciate that. Any other thoughts or ideas?
Thank you.
No, well, I will give you some of these just so you have a copy. Maybe you've seen it, but I just am proud of the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Here you go. Right. And I will turn the time over to Gabby. there's my info too if you ever need it.
This is our annual report, our latest annual report. I shared last year's with you all. So, thank you. Did you like a copy just to have it? All right, hello. My name is Gabriella Mirza, and I work with USU Extension with the HEART Initiative. As you might know, the HEART Initiative, we focus our programming and efforts and activities and different efforts to address the opioid epidemic and other types of public health issues. So like what Cindy was mentioning with Escape the Vape, that's actually a program that is being done by my counterpart. That's a program down in Carbon and Emery counties that is meant to focus on vaping in youth vaping. What I gave you all is our latest annual report. This report is from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. So we're, obviously it's 2022. Our next one, we're moving from this kind of random half year annual report to the calendar year. So the next one that you'll see next year is going to be July 1, 2021 through December 2022, just like the end of December. I'm still trying to figure out the dates, but anyway, so you'll see that. So I would just wanted to go ahead. I don't have as much to report as my colleagues do, but I did want to just mention again, we focus on the opioid epidemic, and we also do programming within the HEART Initiative. We also focus on mental health, suicide prevention, resiliency development. So just kind of, similar to Cindy. And so this is why we did partner on the community health quest that she talked about, was because we do overlap in that mental health and resiliency development programming a little bit. We do also focus on physical health, COVID-19 efforts, youth vaping, other types of substance use prevention. And then the HEART Initiative, even though I do have the Utah County appointment, I also have a state appointment, since we're kind of a state level, HEART is a state level program or state level initiative. So there are things that I do on both levels, not just within Utah County. And I do a lot, I do collaborate a lot with state, like local, and also state and county stakeholders when I do my programming. So some of the things that I wanted to highlight that are not in this, because this is technically old and you guys probably want to know about stuff that I did recently. The HEART Initiative did expand as of November this past year. The HEART Initiative initially was made up of 5 faculty that were based around 9 counties in Utah. And now we've expanded because there are other faculty within USU Extension in other counties that are doing substance use prevention programming. And we wanted to make sure that their achievements were also recorded and there was more collaboration. So we did open up the HEART Initiative now. So next year when you get this, hopefully it's not going to be 200 pages, but it will include not just the 9 counties, but will include kind of statewide efforts. But you'll definitely get to see also Utah County, because I'm sure that's really what you're interested in. So the HEART Initiative and also mental health initiatives that we have at USU Extension won the Best of State Award for mental health education, community mental health education. So that was a really, really cool achievement to be included in that, the Best of State. And one of the things that started recently, this at the beginning of the year, actually, I was given funding by Intermountain Healthcare to conduct or to coordinate Living Well self-management programs. So specifically, it's living well with chronic pain, living well with chronic conditions, living well with diabetes, and these are programs. The Living Well self-management programs were developed, I think, through Stanford University a long time ago. There was a big study done, long-term studies that's showing kind of, does education help people manage their chronic conditions, chronic pain, diabetes, and from all of the results that they received, they created the 6-week program, and to cover these specific type of behavioral health strategies, such as things like problem solving, nutrition, physical activity, kind of positive thinking, relaxation techniques, medicine. We do go into medicine and talking with your healthcare provider and things like that, but it's not too heavy on the medicine, just because obviously we can't go into specifics. We're not nurses teaching this stuff, but we do talk about those kinds of things. So I became the coordinator for USU Extension, where I connect faculty to trainings that are offered by Intermountain Healthcare and the Utah Department of Health, actually, who oversees that for the state of Utah. We also, throughout the state, including Utah County, but in other counties as well, we've been conducting these self-management programs to the public, and also just managing this funding. It's not a huge amount of funding, but it is something to start for the year. And then as it develops and improves and kind of gets out there, then that can mean finding additional funding from Intermountain, or finding other funding, maybe straight from Stanford or the Utah Department of Health or whatever, to bring in more funds. I think the last time I spoke, a couple of months ago, I did talk about starting an injury prevention program for gardeners, and I've been starting that up again. I think I did that last summer in a couple of counties, and obviously nothing was happening in the winter. So now that it's warmer again, I started doing that, and I was able to follow up with the last year's participants and really look at, it's been about a year. Are you still implementing, are you still using these types of behavior, like these kind of strategies to prevent injury, to help you prevent injury while you're gardening? And then has it been improving your pain levels? Maybe not anticipated, but what you think your pain levels are, your perceived pain. And I've seen great responses for that. Pain levels have gone down, just because of their, when I teach the programs, they learn how to use tools correctly. They learn how to hold proper postures while they're gardening. They learn best practices, and best practices, as far as my research goes, there's not a whole lot of research as far as like specific best practices for gardening. There's stuff like right plant, right place, drink some water, wear a hat, closed-toed shoes. But as far as safety, personal safety and injury prevention, I haven't seen a whole lot of best practices specifically. So that's something that I've been trying to add, I guess, to that and expand upon. A lot of the other programs that I've been doing, something I didn't write here is I've been teaching more programming around harm reduction, so like naloxone training specifically. Actually yesterday, I was at the 4-H Classic with my colleagues from the other, hard colleagues from some of the other counties. We got together, they came down to Springville, and we taught a naloxone training to the parents, some of the parents who were at the 4-H Classic. So that was really great to teach, to kind of go through that. And then we've done naloxone trainings for other professionals, and there's an opportunity. I've been kind of starting to talk with a colleague who's been doing these in Tooele County with first responders, and kind of doing that here in Utah County. So, but a lot of the programming that I do around substance use prevention, it's been more kind of a roundabout way, kind of talking about injury prevention, chronic pain management. And so either, any of the programs that I've done really shows that increased sufficiency. They use that multiple behavioral strategies. They kind of have that self-efficacy, so that increased confidence and knowledge and the skills. And also decreasing those harms that are associated with things like opioid use, maybe, depression, mental health, and also improved physical health. So I believe that's it. And there's my information.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, of course.
On since you're attached to a research university, and the county has some settlement monies from the opioid epidemic, is there a way to partner with you and with the university to find how we could maximize that money in the way of allocations out into the community? There's obvious areas in which we know we can touch, but I'm just wondering if we were to do maybe a research project on it to find out what would be best, because we're talking about the next 18 years with funding that's coming in, and it'd be nice to be able to, on an academic basis, look down through that and find ways that it would be the most beneficial instead of just and handing it out, but finding the best ways to use that money into the future. Is that something that we could possibly look at to see what we could do?
I think so. I think that would be great. I know USU Extension has been trying, they submitted for the funding as well. And that we haven't heard of anything for a little while from administration. But if there is funding that came in at the county level, that would be a great opportunity to partner and see. One of the big things that it does help is kind of pooling all of the, not all, but pooling the public health organizations, because a lot of the stuff that I do, I also partner with the Department of Health. I partnering with Centro Hispano. I've partner with just a lot of different organizations and even, public health associations to be able to reach as many people as possible. So I think that would be one way to go. The Department of Health, the Opioid Use Prevention Program has started a collaboration that involves associations, coalitions, communities that care, basically, like coalitions, drug prevention coalitions, law enforcement. There's just, medical professionals. They're trying to get all of them in one room to figure out exactly what you were saying, trying to figure out what to do, what's the best way to do it. And if there is funding that we can gather, we can tap into from Utah County that the county received, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I think part of it is that, we've got plenty of programs we could utilize this funding for. We could use it at the jail for people. Yeah. We've got substance abuse treatment programs in the Wasatch Behavioral Health. I think we've got a lot of areas we could use it, but I think what we're interested in is utilizing it where we think it'll make the most impact, right? And so if you had any numbers that could show us different programs that have a higher lasting impact, then that would be where we would focus the money. Because I think we'll have more need than we have funds. So we want to make sure the funds are focused. Yeah. Sure. So any information you could do to help us with that would be great. In fact, I was thinking along the same lines, Commissioner Lee. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. Sure. I can work on that.
That'd be great.
And I can send it to you all.
Could we have a follow-up on that item?
I'm sorry?
Could we have a follow-up on that one particular item, maybe in 3-4 months, something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, be
definitely.
A great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Now that it's silent, we've finished with our presentations, and thank you for your time and patience and listening. Is there any questions for any of us before we wrap up?
Just, Todd, I wanted to say that you've done a fantastic job, and it's been really great that you guys are so good at tracking, how many people you serve, the impact that it has. It's really great to see the service that you have to our community and the different underserved populations, and I want to commend you on how you track all that and how we can see that.
Thank you.
It's really great.
Appreciate it. Okay.
All I can say is, Ton, I just want to be a part of Mr. Tomato Head again. For
the animatronic tomato.
Yes, it is. It's it's fantastic, and it's
Thank
fun to
you.
watch those kids as they come through.
Thank you.
Those are all highlights all the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on work session item number 2. It's a presentation from our Executive Director, Utah County Health Department on its budget due to inflationary impacts, plural.
Okay. Thanks, Eric Edwards, Utah County Health Department. Let me just say I would be horrified if Ton ever walked in my backyard and saw my backyard garden. I would be horrified. Yeah, it wouldn't held up to his standards. But shout out to Gabby. She came to the Utah County Health Department at our last our last general staff meeting with all of our employees, and provided some specific training for communication and intergenerational differences and things like that for our diverse employee base. And so Utah State Extension, I think, is a great resource to the community and also to the health department. Thanks for the invitation to come and talk about a basic general overview of the health department's budget, as well as what's common to everybody. We're all feeling the inflationary impacts of what's going on right now here across the nation and the world with how things are going. The health department is, let's see, where do I have to point this at? Okay, I'm done. So, okay, there you go. Thanks.
You're back up.
Yeah. So the health department is complicated. As you know, it's as if we have 7 different departmental budgets within one, and we do a variety of diverse public health services that are needed to heighten the health and wellness of those that we are charged with serving. Now it's turbocharged. Right now, one of our greatest challenges and opportunities is simply to catch up with the current demand that we have for our core public health services. And I'll get into how we've reached that point with some of our budgetary graphs and other things. And we're also hoping once we can catch up, we want to proactively prepare for future growth. Our portfolio commissioner is Commissioner Gardner. She has challenged us to prepare a 3-, 5-, and 10-year budget. We haven't done that in the past. It only makes sense that we do that, though. How else to plan for the future? How else to plan for capital improvement projects unless you're looking at population growth and looking at where that growth is happening geographically, so you can plan on potential facilities and services and demands based on age and maternal child health or senior services and things like that. So we're working to develop our 3-, 5-, and 10-year budget and have that done, and that will help inform our CIP projects that we submit, as well as for our current budget and how we prioritize our programmatic services and deliver those in the future.
Will you quickly just give us an example of with the WIC program on how looking forward and how that helped, you make decisions this year?
Yeah, definitely. So WIC is a program that serves infants and young families with children under the age of 5, and with nutrition and other key milestones that they need. And right now, data is showing where in our valley do we have the youngest family households. Most of it is in the northwest part of the county. So we're talking the Cedar Valley, Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, which is showing us that we have a critical need for providing services on the northwest side. We're talking North Lehigh. Anything west of I-15, we don't currently have a facility for. We have an Orem, American Fort, Provo, Payson. Nothing out there. So families are required to drive to us, and that's not efficient for them. And it's so we're currently looking at and analyzing and preparing for a potential if a North County building is a decade out, or however long it takes for the county to have the CIP funds to do that, then maybe a lease. One of the things we're looking at is a inexpensive way to have a footprint out there, so that individuals, it will do two things: allow individuals, the young families, to come to not drive all the way out to us out here on where we're located. In addition, it'll help provide other efficiencies because we would co-locate with environmental health and nursing services. For the same reason, our environmental health scientists could hub out of there so that they wouldn't have to drive all the way to Provo, saving on time as well as mileage. And so we're looking at all of these things right now. And we also have a mobile WIC van that we're currently using to deliver services to the Cedar Fort area and others. And we're also developing and pushing the state WIC department to allow electronic WIC delivery, so that it doesn't make any sense for parents to have to drive 20 miles to have their WIC EBT card loaded. I mean, they would spend that much money in gas for the amount that they're getting loaded on their card practically. And so we're working to develop those abilities as well, and our WIC department has done a good job with that. So that's a snapshot of some of the things that we're trying to do with analysis and electronic, taking advantage of what, if there is any silver lining to COVID, maybe it's the Zoom towns and other things that we have going on right now. And so that's an example of how we're trying to use data to inform our geographic and prioritize service delivery. So I hope that answered your question. We need better data to do that, though. If we're going to be able to streamline and prioritize and help know geographically where to do these services in a more effective way, an efficient way, we need better information. We now have a health informaticist who is helping to develop dashboards and other things that can help us as well as other policymakers to make decisions about programmatic service delivery for public health services. So that's how we're trying to proactively prepare for the future. So I don't want to go over what I already have, but we're currently looking at budgetary and trying to plan for inflationary impacts for 2023, as well as the identifying budgetary concerns and coming up, we don't want to just find those concerns, but come up with proactive solutions to them. That's the key. Otherwise, there is no proactive future. And so, as I mentioned, the 3, 5, 10-year budgets to help with our CIPs and other forecasting for public health services. Recently, the state, as you know, you recently approved the minimum performance standards. The state recognized that in 20 years they had not increased funding, minimum performance funding for the local health districts across the state of Utah, and they increased their funding ongoing. And it's not a one-time, but it's ongoing, and we're going to be utilizing those to help us in the areas where we're falling behind. We don't have enough environmental health scientists to do what we're required to in state statute. So we'll use some of that funding for that purpose. We also have, we can use some of that potentially for a Northwest location, maybe a lease or something like that. We have some informatics and IT projects that we're working on with Patrick and team to create systems so that we won't have to pay for systems that are more expensive and less responsive through third-party vendors. We'd like to build those in-house if we can for our future and tweak it for as our needs change. And also, we're trying to identify staffing level changes so that we can also be effective and be efficient. I'll provide some examples of where we're actually decreasing staffing in some areas and streamlining in one of our programs and services so that we can provide better services at the same time. I've already talked about our need for a Northwest facility. I think every department here in the county could probably make the same value claims, but we have young families are one of our biggest consumers. There's an argument that we do have a healthy county, a healthy population. That's absolutely true. So maybe the cost of public health services would be reduced. I believe that. But in some ways, it creates other challenges in that we need maternal child health programs as well. even more so than other parts of the state that don't have the young population and the young family households that we have. So we also have a need to support our public, charter, and private schools in that sector of the county and region. And we also want to provide a central location to reduce travel, mileage costs, and other efficiencies. So right now we're still analyzing feasibility, but it needs to happen sooner than later is one of our hopes. A general overview about the health department. As I mentioned, we're diverse. We're health services, regulatory services, education services. The list goes on and on. Senior services. Under state statute, counties are required to create and maintain a local health department, which also includes and serves all. That's where we're different than a lot of other departments, is we not just serve unincorporated, but we also are charged with serving incorporated areas, all of the incorporated cities as well. And one of our challenges is that it's great that we're a fast-growing county, but with that, our service demands are skyrocketing, and our statutory responsibilities grow as well. Another difference that we have is we're different than other human service agencies in that, like, for example, substance abuse and mental health services, they get most of their funding from federal and state resources with small matching county funding sources, where we're a mixture. And this explains that. Another issue we have is the state can and does create new laws and new mandates, unfunded mandates many times, and we're required to permit and enforce and sometimes enact emergency rules. And the legislature can actually set the fee permit, and we can't go above that. And we still have to not only issue the permit, but inspect and enforce. And if there are problems, we still have to cover that cost. And if it only pays for the permit, you can see the cost that we inherit there. The Home Consumption and Homemade Food Act was an example of that just this last year. It's a good thing. It's great that homeowners can start their home-based businesses in this area, but it requires a component for us to respond to, and we have limitations on where those funds come. We're also responsible for covering the costs of many other inspections and the enforcement of whatever violations of laws might occur. So you know this, but a lot of people think that we just do restaurant inspections and give shots, and that's it, right? If you were to ask what the health department does, when I tell people I work for the health department, they just think, oh, you give shots and you do restaurant inspections. They have no idea all the other things. In Utah State Code Title 26, it spells out everything, and I'm not going to go through any of this. I'll just go through slide by slide rapidly just to show you in code what all we are required to do. And it's daunting, but we're excited by the opportunity, but there is a lot. A lot of it is establishing, maintaining, and enforcing, and educating, and responding to nuisances, and upholding. The list goes on and on. I will stop at this slide just to make a key point. Also in state statute, it requires all local health districts, there are 13, to conduct what's called a community health assessment, a CHA. And from that, we learn what our greatest needs are from our community. So we're using data to know what's ailing our community. What are they asking help increase their health and wellness, or to prevent more expensive treatment that's needed later on, and things like that. And we do that once every 3 years, and we use that data to then help us know what are our needs. And we marry that with emergency room data and with our epidemiological data and other things to help us know how to prioritize what we need to do. That's required in statute. It also helps us partner better with our partner agencies. We don't need and shouldn't do everything. The private sector does much of it. We have nonprofits do a lot of it, but there are areas where we're the only ones set up to do it. And so finding that and working together so that there's not a duplication of services is also another key reason that we do community health assessments and share those results with our community. And we work together on community health improvement plans. And then we also internally for our department create a strategic departmental plan, a community health plan, which we have and we update every time we do a community health assessment. It's a rigorous and very expensive process. 1 year it took us over 6 months to complete internally. We have since started to work with partners that also are required to do this and should, and we have partnered with Intermountain to conduct one. We're currently doing that right now, and we'll get the data this year moving into the first part of January of 2023. That will help us with, again, prioritization of programmatic needs and service delivery and what are the priorities? What should we be spending our time in to help the public? Our Vital Records program is not optional. It is also a required thing and for birth, death, burial transmits, and so many other records. And by law, it's also a good thing is we focus on evidence-based services and practice-based evidence services. And those are just some examples, just a myriad of different things in law that we're supposed to watch for, monitor, assure, and make sure that everything is working well and not threatening public health.
Hey, on the previous slide, the last bullet, it said...
Is it emergency?
It was the previous one. No, it wasn't emergency. Maybe it was the previous before that. It was about the chronic, this one, chronic disease control services.
So we have cancer screening.
Okay.
And very important individuals that have no insurance or underinsured can come to the health department for a sliding scale fee to receive life-saving mammography to catch breast cancer in early stages before it's terminal, things like that. PSA testing for prostate cancer and other things like that.
Okay.
Also we have chronic disease prevention services so that we can prevent the heart attack from ever happening in the first place. Encouraging people to be physically active and to eat healthy and things like that through our health promotion initiatives. So a lot of environmental quality rules. Recently, this is the time of year that we approve our environmental health service delivery plan with the Department of Environmental Quality for all that they do, and it's quite a bit. So that's what's required in 26A. I'm going to try to speed up here. We have lots of challenges with our grants. Why can't we fully fund our health department simply with grants? One clear-cut reason is simply because grants are earmarked for one specific thing. What happens if that doesn't align with statutory responsibility we have to maintain as a public health and an ethical responsibility we have to maintain for our public? And also, what if it doesn't align with our CHA, our community health assessment results? So local dollars can help us with flexibility to meet the needs that we have and not just do, these are great things, but they're earmarked for certain areas and it ties our hands so that we can't do other things. I can't use health promotion grant dollars to do environmental health services, right? That's just a simple example, but I hope you get my point. Also, our grants are super, they fluctuate. For the most part, we can count on them, but they can go up and down, or we can lose them altogether. They also start and end on different fiscal cycles or calendar cycles. The county goes on a January through December year, and our grants go, start and end in March to February, or September to October. To have all of that start and end work out properly with the calendar year for the health for the county is difficult. And also having flexibility in budgeting during the year enables us to fund new and change grant requirements. Sometimes things change after we've budgeted for the current year, if that makes sense. So those are some of our challenges. Our core public health services are those that are seen by the state legislature, as well as the 10 essential public health services as those things that every local public health agency should do. And one of the things that local health departments are to do is to compare costs for core public health services and local tax funding. It's difficult to do because each local health department is different. Here, for our health department, we include mosquito abatement No other health department does that. They have different ways of doing it. We're lucky that we do because of mosquito-borne illnesses like West Nile virus and St. Louis equine and other encephalitis diseases, mosquito-borne diseases. We also have a senior services program with foster grandparents and also with senior companions. 2 awesome programs, but other health departments don't have that same program. And so to compare apples to apples, we have to do a comparison of those core programs that we all do. And so others have like a component where they do their authority on aging or some components of mental health.
Say, to be fair, I mean, some of the other counties, for example, Salt Lake County has an entire division on senior services.
Correct.
Whereas we don't have an entire division on senior services. So they still have those, just not through the health department.
Right. And so they, others do. Davis County has a senior services as a part of their health department. And so they take that out when they're comparing to public health, so that we can it's not apples to oranges, or apples to watermelon.
Right.
You know, if you understand that. It gives us a relatively good comparison between local and local departments across the state. So you've seen this. We also removed the employee wellness program, as that's different than what other departments do. You've seen this. This was at the appropriations interim with the legislature that we had just here, they met here in American Fork at the Developmental Center. And this just shows the state contribution per capita per person here in the county, as well as the counties, all 3 districts, I should say, in Utah County, and for years has been trending and has been the lowest. And we are a frugal health department, and we will continue to do as much as we can with the resources we get. But you see where we're at. And with population growth as it is, it's easy to be concerned about are we meeting the core services in addition to all of the other things that we're charged with doing. Right now it's at $4.27 as of the comparison for 2020. That's what this was run with. It would be different for the current year as we're using fund balance and not general fund dollars for the current year. If this shows a 10-year average of all of our sources of funding, you'll see the orange are the contracts and grants that we receive. Over half of what we get, I think this is out of balance, are for fees. And so nursing and environmental health are by statute those that have that lever to pull to be able to, through the Board of Health, work on making sure that they have fees that they can raise or lower based on what's appropriate for whatever the services that they provide to the community. The contracts and grants are another significant part, but all of that is state. And I have another slide that will show the breakdown of federal and state contract dollars and how that breakup is by division. And then also you see the yellow is historically the taxes that we've received in comparison to the other revenue sources. And then the fund balance doesn't even show up because from 2012 to 2021, we have not used fund balance to fund the health department. And then that blue right there is interest and other, I believe. Let me show you a better slide. So here's the 10-year comparison, and this breaks down contracts, fees, taxes, and fund balance. You'll see the bottom one is the fund balance moving across, and then taxes just above that, moving upwards, fees, contracts, and then interest, sell fixed assets, like if we have a mosquito abatement truck that is sold and surplused, and things like that. We don't have a lot of that. You'll see how it's interesting to see from 2012 to 2019, we're relatively the same in our sources of revenues, but then you'll see the impact of COVID. You'll see in 2020 that spike, and also in 2021 and 2022. And then you'll also see the fund balance utilized for 2022 as budgeted. The 2012 through 2021 are actuals. The 2022 is is budgeted. So that is not our actuals. Those are still coming in as the year progresses. So as I mentioned, we pull out those services that are different than other health departments. Here's a slide that shows historic 10 years of where our funds come from. You'll see the mosquito abatement and senior services and our wellness programs. You'll see in 2021, there was that spike, and that was because of the increased cost in mosquito abatement for chemicals. The orange is the fund balance. The fund balance is flatlined at the very bottom. The taxes, or the general fund, I should say, is that second line below the yellow, showing that it's relatively stable. It has increased a little bit. With COVID, our senior service program has contracts and some grants that did increase with the increased cost of COVID as well. And then you'll see interest sell of fixed assets and others. That's almost like budget dust in comparison to everything else. Here is the breakdown by federal, state, and private, by division. So admin, environmental health, family personal health, nursing, health promotion, WIC, and senior services. You can see in the bottom, on purpose, we separated it out, the COVID grants. About 49 to 50% of our current contracts, so that total for the contracts is our COVID grants. Our COVID grants are winding down and will and should wind down, and so we expect that 14 million to go back down significantly to where it is on normal pre-COVID pandemic years, right? I will say, though, that we have seen increases in the past 2 years in our other grants too, but nothing like you're seeing in 2020, 21, and 2022.
That's because of COVID, right?
COVID, yep. And so that's the green right there. And the reason why we put the senior services in yellow is simply because they're not a part of the core service. They're an additional thing that we're glad to have as a health department, and they're just as significant as anything else we do, but they're just not included in that per capita figure that we compare. Here's the breakdown by private, state, and federal sources of funds. It's better and easier to see in a graph form. So you can see nursing, their dependency right now on the federal contracts in blue, and in orange you'll see the state contribution in contracts, in health promotion, and also EH. WIC is 100% federal, always has been. Senior services is primarily federal and has a little bit of state contributions. Health promotion is almost all contractual, though. They need some local dollars to maintain matches in some of their the important grants that they do. Total fees, if you're interested in how our fees are, what divisions in the health department need and are reliant on fees. You'll see nursing through immunization services and the wellness clinic generate by far the most. Environmental health, also for environmental health services, for testing, for plan reviews, you name it. And vital records, that's for the charge for the fees that's not set by the county, that's set by the state legislature for what we charge for birth and death records. That's what they generate, is the 660,000, roughly 661, I guess. But health promotion, WIC, mosquito abatement, senior services, and healthy lifestyles, fees are not a lever they can pull for a revenue source. Here are our expenses, and I couldn't fit 10 years on, so here's 5 years. And I think this shows pre-COVID as well as the COVID impact. If you look at budgeted versus actual, you'll see that change from 2019 to 2020, that spike in everything, especially our salaries and benefits. We will start to see in future years that go down significantly with our COVID contracts winding down and us not hiring or us not needing the services of COVID employees.
And that's what you've already started that.
We've already started
a few months ago.
We did. In May, actually last month, in May, we had separations with 15 of our COVID staff, which was quite a bit. We currently have a skeleton crew of COVID staff because there could be a spike. We're expecting there to be a resurgence in the fall, kind of like the flu. And what I don't want to do is not have any COVID staff, because then I'd have to reassign environmental health scientists, health educators, nurses off of what they normally do, off of their contracts, off their other programs, to do what they had to do at the start of the pandemic, when it was every hand on deck, right? And so that's why we're fortunate to have the skeleton crew that we currently have for surveillance and for any vaccine need we have, any surge that we might have. So, but that gives you, that shows everything from salaries through non-departmental expenditures. Non-department expenditures would be those pass-through things. Money given to the cities for communities that care through our substance abuse prevention services and drug-free communities and other important projects that we do. But you can see that salary and benefits is by far our largest expense. We have people that help people. That is what public health does. And so that is our priority, is taking care of our employees so that our employees have the resources, the training needed to really move the needle to help prevent chronic illness, injury, and other infectious disease in our communities, and so much more. So one of the things too is in our budgets, we wait each year to find out from each of our departments. We have an important part to pay for, and that is the support for vehicles and rent and phones and IT, and also the new IntraGov admin service charge. So this shows over the past 5 years the breakdown of those fees. You can see how they're increasing. I do think that inflation will, just like it's impacted every department, I think maybe our costs for cybersecurity might increasing our IT costs per computer and things like that. So we're anticipating that. We don't know yet what those will be. We're waiting for the departments to let us know so that as we start to develop our baseline for 2023. But we are anticipating an increase in most everything at the rate that things are going. So you all know this. I can skip this slide, but we're just like all the other departments, we're seeing supply is constrained when it comes to medical equipment that we have to purchase. Employees, the labor market is strained. Housing markets are impacting our employees and the community. We're starting to see, and we'll start to see more and more of our residents who can't afford services, and so they come to the health department for critical public health needs, immunization services that they would have gone to the private sector for. We're anticipating, if we hit, I'm hoping we don't have a recession, but recessionary times can create a greater draw on public health services to help meet needs for the community. For personnel, as we're an organization of people helping people, that's what most of our budgetary costs are. In talking to HR as of yesterday, they told us to use a conservative 5.5% average increased cost of wages. It could be more than that, and that could be for this year as we anticipate whatever the market survey holds. We have not yet completed or had the market survey yet. That might be completed, I guess, in the month of July or maybe whenever it is, but we're anticipating that also. That's going to increase our current budget. And then also the increased costs of personnel for 2023. We don't know. We're analyzing what our estimated costs will be. I didn't have clear data yet to really give a good estimate on what I think it will cost for 2023. But we will know that, of course, as we submit our new requests and our budgets for the upcoming year. And we'll work with the auditor's office and HR and others to determine that. But we do anticipate benefits will remain moderately stable. We're fortunate to have Select Health locked in and other things like that. But in the years to come, when that runs out, 2024, whenever it is, I anticipate an increase in our benefits and other things like that too that we have to plan for. We're also seeing mobility of staff, meaning that the workforce can so easily leave for higher paying opportunities. Individuals can make more our seasonal staff can make more working at a fast food restaurant than they can doing services in one of our divisions in some cases. So fewer job candidates. We're seeing people can find other jobs before we can even offer it to them in some cases too. Or they turn down the job interview before they come and after we've extended it to them. So what are some of the inflationary impacts? I've already mentioned this, but part-time workers, that's going to be a big problem for the health department. We have pool samplers, undercover emissions folk, tobacco and alcohol compliance individuals, medical assistants, health ed technicians, just to name a few. And as the economist from the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute mentioned, one of the things that stuck out to me the most in his presentation is more expensive to hire new employees than to retain current part-time staff. And that's so true with training and it might take us a year and a half to get an environmental health scientist up to full speed with what they need to do. For mileage, we're estimating a 15% increase in our mileage costs. Oh, wow. And that's a big deal too. Here's a breakdown, and we use 2019 for this graph because 2020 is not an accurate year. That's when we shut down our departments. We were not going out to do restaurant inspections and other things like this. So we used 2019 to help us figure out where the breakdown is based on cost. We've also broken this down by total vehicle miles traveled by division. And with the recent increase in the federal mileage rate to 62 cents, we're able to come up with a relatively good estimate, but we think it's going to be a 15% increase. We'll have a better idea as the next 2 months continue through the summer inspection season and as the fall school immunization season starts. A lot of our revenues are collected in the fall, not right now. So, and a lot of our other things, people drive to those locations, and so mileage will be more accurate, our estimation, further into the year. Inflationary impacts on environmental health goods, prices for the specialty goods that they have, like Span gas. A lot of people may have never heard of that. That's something that is used by our air quality folks to help calibrate emissions testing equipment, and they have to do that several times a year. It's been increasing several times over the past year, and that was pre-pandemic, so I can only imagine how bad it's going to be by January of 2023. Pool chemicals, supplies, other EH supplies. Also, our environmental health scientists are highly trained. They're environmental health scientists that require ongoing training and updates. That's expensive. HAZWOPER, hazmat training, wastewater training, certified pool handler training, all of these things they need to do to adequately inspect pools, schools, food, and all of the other regulatory environments they have so that they can also educate those that they serve. But also mileage. One of the things that we're going to try to do to combat the increase in mileage is to have our environmental health scientists not drive into Provo if they don't have to. They can go to the American Fork office or go to Payson, and we've set up some hubs there where they can take care of correspondence or download data or whatever they need to do if it's closer to their home. Or they can trip chain or do other things they can to do more inspections with the same amount of time and reduce total vehicle miles traveled. So that's another thing that we're trying to develop. Another reason why we'd like to have a Northwest facility in the future for the Saratoga area. For health promotion, we have lost 7 employees out of 28 or so. That's crazy. I've never seen.
25%.
It's a lot. And I was the division director over health promotion, and I never had that rate of loss ever in the 15 years that I served as the division director of health promotion. And I'm afraid that by the time I walk back to the office after this meeting that it'll be 8 or 9. But I do worry that this is an area where they're able to find better paying jobs at other. Just recently, one of our employees is leaving to take a position with the state health department for higher pay for a similar job. And so the market survey hopefully will help with this. They also, of all of our divisions, have the biggest space need. And currently, if you were to walk through health promotion, I'd invite you to at any time. They are very small cubicle spaces. And when I was division director of health promotion, I had as many as 13 student interns that would come in from the universities. It was a win-win opportunity because they doubled our output. We gave them a field opportunity to practice academic science in a real-world setting, and so it was a win-win. Right now, we can't utilize them because we don't have space for them. So that's a loss, and we're trying to work out like digital Zoom-based mentoring, but nothing replaces the face-to-face contact for a new emerging student entering the market. It helps them to be at a potential hiring entity to know what the job's going to be like. And so there might be an opportunity in the future if there's a vacancy on the first floor of the Health and Justice Building. In the past, put in a capital improvement project to be able to move, do lots of things to help us plan for the future needs, as well as current needs like health promotion. If we could get space on the first floor, we realize that would increase our budget for rent, but we would plan for and we would prepare ourselves for that need to set us up for the future. Otherwise, we'll need to have other buildings leased in other areas to satisfy our needs. They have a lot of postage, mileage needs as well, and also this is an area where they're constantly needing continuing education credits to satisfy their voluntary certifications for CHES and community health education specialists, as well as certified public health science certifications.
Eric, you've been working with Randy and Jurgen as they're transitioning out of that building.
We have. I had a conversation with Jurgen earlier this week, and we have a meeting to discuss that opportunity in the I can't remember what day, but it's forthcoming.
It's going to be phased.
Yeah, as they're purchasing a new facility and they'll have to paint and do upgrades. They can do a slow move out. We can then do a phased approach to slow, and that gives us time to relocate and optimally place individuals where they need to be. But all of this can't be done without. I just learned of this opportunity. We've always wanted it, but just learned of it in the past few days. And so we need to work. Most important is to work with Public Works to make sure that we can get the plans drawn up and make sure that we know what rent will cost and work that into the budgets and everything else. But yeah, we are. Jurgen reached out and we'll be working on that. But it needs Glenn and Richard and their team will have to help with that as well. So, but that would be fantastic. That would be a huge need for us. We're also trying to streamline staff. You don't always need to increase staff to serve. We recently had a vacancy in one of our core leaders in senior companions, and our current foster grandparent leader is able to manage both senior and foster grandparents. And so that will then necessitate an upgrade in that position because of greater responsibility. But the cost savings there will be able to be put back into the foster grandparent program and senior service or senior companion program, hopefully reducing or eliminating the need to have a bigger county contribution to that program to meet the needs for more volunteers helping more students in the schools with foster grandparents, and also more of our homebound seniors that need to be served with more increased senior companions. All of you know that is a win-win program. The amount of money saved for the amount invested is astronomical in that program. We also have the need to replace we just replaced the vehicles, but rather than replacing them every 10 to 11 years, it's safer to have vans replaced every 10 to 11 years. It's also, we reduce money for maintenance costs with motor pool. And so our vehicle replacement fund, we need to put and set aside funds. And we're also seeking grants to help pay for those so there won't be a full cost to the county. That's something that has been done in the past questions on any of that? Nursing, family personal health, for them, it's people, but besides inflationary impacts on our personnel, our medical supplies, I mean, just one example, syringes alone, from July of 2021 to July of 2022, a case of 400 needles or syringes went from 217 to 315 just over the past year. We can't purchase in bulk anymore because of the supply constraints. They only let us buy one case now. We can't order a whole pallet and store it at Public Works or at the air quality and then go at it as we need it. So that's a problem, but we're looking for discounts and other deals so that we can try to purchase things at pre-COVID amounts as well. And then printing is a problem. We're starting to print in-house because it's cheaper with these new efficient copiers that Robert Baxter has helped us get. It's less expensive for us to do our own printing for forms and things like that than it is and it's quicker than to go out for print. And so we're doing that in Vital Records already. We've done the analysis and it will pay for the machine. It will pay for the machine in about 2 years or 3 years is what, I'm trying to remember that. If you ever want that data, I'll share it with you, but by us just doing it in-house, it's created efficiencies. WIC, staff turnover, medical supplies, just like nursing, and infant formula. Need I say more? Makes sense. They're getting very crafty on how they can better serve their clients electronically, and working with the state on those plans as well. And then Vital Records, bottom line is their lifeblood is the certified paper. We can't just print it on Staples paper. It has to be certified, stuff that you can't counterfeit and things like that. It costs 28 cents a sheet, and we have to buy around 50,000 sheets a year. Luckily, we have locked in with the state for 5 years, but this isn't one of those things that we can do an RFP for or go out for bid because the state controls the reins on this, and so whatever the price is, we're beholden to it. But the state does an RFP process too, but it's not something we can shop around for.
Do you know when is that 5-year contract up?
I believe it's in 3 years from now.
Okay. Have they talked at all about the paper shortage and how, if that will affect that?
I haven't had conversations at all about that, but I can look into that for sure.
Yeah. I do know that there has been a paper shortage. The cost of paper has gone up like 20%, and there is a real shortage.
And that's a huge concern because the paper they get is kind of like a dollar bill where it has the band and it has the, you hold it up to a light and you draw a marker on it to make sure that it's the right. It's the same with this paper. It's highly specialized, and so that is even cause for greater concern for me if we're unable to, because if without that we can't do birth or death records. So.
How long would it take for the printers, moving that in-house, how long would it take for the printers to pay for themselves?
For each copier?
Yeah.
It depends on the division because each prints forms and other handouts at a different rate. Vital Records is so printing heavy that that it's a much faster rate for them. I think it was around 2 or 3 years. Is Andrea here? I don't see Andrea Scholl. I'll find out. We did the analysis, and I can find out for her, but we can also do that analysis for our other divisions as well, to find out for nursing and for and health promotion and others, rather than sending out to print. There's certain things that have to look professional quality.
Would we have to put out the cost for those printers up front and then recoup it over 3 years?
So yeah, they're replaced through the equipment replacement fund.
Oh, okay. So it would be through the equipment replacement fund. Okay.
And then by utilizing that we still have to pay the 0.00 whatever 1 cent per black and white and 0.08 per. I'm just making this up, but for color, it's way less expensive than it used to be 5 years ago, and especially 10, 15 years ago. It used to be way more cost effective to send it out. But now I'm starting to see efficiencies through these new very efficient machines that we have, and I think it's also the deal struck with the companies that Robert's been able to achieve. too, that's also been good for the county. Mosquito abatement, fuel costs, they have their ultra low volume sprayer trucks out there that need fuel. And Richard talked about the cost of diesel and the cost of gas. I worry about that's gonna be a cost for all of the departments that require that. And so we're trying to plan for that. Also, cost of larvicide, adulticide, and other pesticides and chemicals is going to increase. It has anyway pre-pandemic, and now we anticipate that being a bigger concern in the future. Also, our cost of part-time seasonal employees is going to increase. But just as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to seek efficiencies through innovations. Not enough time to, especially today with how long our presentations have gone, but we have scheduled a work session for July 13th for our mosquito abatement director and myself, if needed, to present on a potential innovative solution to help multiple county programs with one opportunity. And we believe the proposal will pay for itself within 2.5 years by changing how we're doing business. And so we'll talk about that. That can benefit many different departments as well as different programs within the health department, environmental health and others. So we have a lot of concerns about inflationary impacts. We're doing our best to find solutions to meet them, trying to minimize the need for resources given us by the county. But one of our biggest concerns is, again, as I mentioned in state statute, there's a definite need for the county to provide support for public health services to the county residents. A lot of those are statutorily required, as well as things that are required through our community health assessments. And the core prevention, the 10 essential public health services that we are charged with serving can't be done, obviously, without the resources that we're requiring. And so we're ready and willing to work through as much budgeting and creative innovations as needed to be able to meet the needs of the future, to catch up with where we've fallen behind in nursing and especially environmental health, and then also to be able to provide that 3, 5, 10-year projection so that we can stay ahead of the curve and fund our needs and know not from year to year like traditionally has been done, but we can plan 3, 5, 10 years out for improvement projects and everything else. I hope that satisfied what was needed for this presentation. Do you have any questions?
Would you send us the slides? I hadn't seen them until now. Didn't see it on the agenda.
Okay, I'll send it to Alice, and I also have hard copy for you guys if that's okay, if you like it.
I do have one thing. I noticed when you were looking at where the funds are coming from, when you, under 2022, you had listed that for fund balance, none, but our budget shows we have about 7.3 or 7.2 budgeted to come out of fund balance.
So fund balance is 7.2 or 3 million?
7.5.
7.5.
Yes, fund balance right now is 7.5, and our budget shows 7.2 of your ongoing costs coming out of fund balance, and that wasn't reflected in your chart, which would leave only about $300,000 in our fund balance for the health department.
Which would mean we would run out of fund balance in this year, early January of 2023.
Correct.
Which just shows how a one-time funding source can't be used for operational needs. It's unsustainable.
Right, and right now we have an estimate of about 7.2 million funding your ongoing costs out of fund balance for 2022 budget.
And so you can see my cause for alarm. And it was also in the interim legislative interim meeting that we had in American Fork, and also the next day, Health and Human Services interim asked me to, as well as 2 other health departments, to go up and talk about our funding sources from state, local, and so forth. And that was one of their concerns, was the funding for local public health services, and without a stable source of funds, I don't know how it's possible to plan for the future or to meet the need moving forward. And so I'm hoping something can be done mid-year to establish funds so that we don't run out of our general fund. Our fund balance. Our fund balance is what helps us with I believe the Health and Justice Building was built with about 20 years ago. Was built with partly, for the most part, I think it was fund balance that had accrued over many, many years. We have a need to fund IT projects. We've set aside, I know, ARPA dollars to help with that, but in talking with our IT department, that won't be enough to develop the innovations we need to modernize our systems in nursing and also in environmental health, so we don't have to pay third-party vendors and we can have a responsive and adapting and cost-effective solution for our programs and services. As I've mentioned earlier, we still have, I'm embarrassed to say, we still have individuals entering encounter forms from COVID-19 vaccinations from September of last year. And if we had an electronic system, that could have been taken care of that day. And so we have staff that are still doing our responsibility to get that entered into USIS and into our electronic medical record. In working with IT, hopefully that could all be done just like it is when you go to your own physician or dentist office, right? So that's just one example of many opportunities that we have. But without fund balance dollars to help feed and support some of our innovation needs, we're going to lose out on opportunities to catch up with the modern era and be more efficient and really ultimately be better stewards of public dollars, because we'll be using those public dollars more effectively versus how we have to without the modernization and the tools needed and things like that.
Do we have any charts that show the population, like over the last 10 years, or, let's give an example. Over the last 10 years, what the population of the county was and what the funding levels of the health department were, so that we can compare the population to the funding?
Absolutely. There's data from Kim C. Gardner that goes from 2010 through 2040. 2010 through 2040. So we can actually back up.
Population.
Yeah,
okay.
Population. And I already have it. I can email it to all three of you.
And the state talked about the exact same thing.
And comparing it to the dollars that we've spent.
Exactly. So because they had flat funded theirs for, I thought they said 30 years, but we think ours has been flat funded for about 20 or so years, but that it has to be addressed. And we had talked about this last year, and we were using CARES to get things upgraded.
The most important, we're talking about solutions here for the health department. To have that stable source that's needed is to simply have a source of funding that keeps up with the growth in population. Because if not, we'll get run over by the population very rapidly. It's not just shots, immunization services. The amount of restaurants can double in just a short period of time, doubling the amount of restaurant inspections that have to happen, and the amount of schools that need inspecting grows every year. And if we have the same level staff that we have, we'll get efficient and we'll do what we can to do the same services in an effective way, but we can't anymore. We're getting to the point where we have to almost decide which of these state statutory laws do we not.
Yeah, we talked about some of those options last week. And so, I'd like to pursue that.
What worries me is I don't want to have to choose between which of these laws do we not comply with, simply because we don't have, from an environmental health standpoint, we don't have the resources to, we keep spreading inspection needs across the same quantity of staff, or maybe we'll get another. Does that make sense? So these are some of the concerns. We're going to use minimum performance dollars from the state to help increase our environmental health service needs. But we also need it for nursing, and we also need something. I hope I'm making sense. But if we can preserve our fund balance, and if we can have a stable general fund amount that we can count on, so that we'll know, rather than a fluctuation from year to year. I can't be strategic if I don't know what I'll have as a stable base, a floor. And then from there, if it could just keep up with, it can be super conservative and modest, but just keep up with the population. And that's the solution that ultimately we need. Without it, I think we're going to be falling further behind from year to year to year. And I think this year is with the effects of inflation is just compounding that. That's, I'll be honest, my biggest worry right now is having the resources to do what we need to do. And the good news is I think we have the best public health workforce in the state here. And that's evident in our annual report, and I'd invite you to read that as well. But we do have our limits. We're trying to do as much as we can with what we do. But thanks for your time, and let me know if you have any other questions. I'll send you the population projections through 20.
Well, if we could get the projections and the budget so that I can compare the two and look at trends.
We'll do an overlay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
On the same graph then. Okay.
So Eric, before you hand those out, I know we're talking about funding and funding sources. And as you demonstrated, there were times when fund balances were used for projects and various things, which is proper budgeting practices. Last year when we went through the budgeting exercise, you had some asks, and everything was funded except for one thing. And that was there were some computers. I'll have to read it. It's really small print, so I may not be able to read it well. That had to deal with replacement through recapitalization, which was a redundancy that was taken out.
We were altering how we used to do it. We used to budget $45,000 a year to replace 1/4 of our computers on an annual basis. We're now doing the computer replacement.
And that was taken out during the tentative budget process because it was a kind of a redundancy that we already had in place. But other than that, I mean, everything that is in this year's budget that you requested was funded.
But
even your staffing, because there was 2 on the staffing side that were funded.
It was staffed with general fund dollars, not general fund dollars, but with our fund balance. And so my concern is that those were essential positions. Our COVID positions will contract, and we're in the process of that striking that balance of what we have.
I think the balance
is
where we're trying to get to it because there has been times when fund balance is used for things and then it goes back and we're back and forth, and we had it. And you're right, it was used. But I think my point in this is that everything that you asked for, except for that one exception, which I think we agree probably needed to be pulled out, was funded. So my encouragement this next year, when you look down through that, probably go through the same exercise of what that looks like for us. And then, our responsibility is to find that balance in between of where that's comfortable and where that funding source comes from. But I just wanted to point out that everything on there was
That's important to recognize. Funded. That's important to recognize. I'll also say too, though, that our asks from year to year are super, super conservative, and that's a good thing. But we always know that it's level funding or 2% or less, right? And so we rarely ask for, if we always try to stay within there unless we have grants that can pay for it.
Well, and I appreciate that. And because I know that of you and the organization in doing that, it's easier to kind of go through that, that exercise and find out where we're at. The funding part of it, that's something that we're going to have to work out. But I do appreciate the health department trying to find that balance in between all the way through.
Thank you. We'll continue to try to find constructive solutions to whatever if we can find out ways to, through innovation or streamline processes, I think that's excellent. But ultimately, we're a people organization, and we have to have folks, we can't have robots do restaurant inspections or give shots or anything like that. Oof. I wouldn't want a shot to give.
People are always the most costly of any organization, public or private.
Yeah, and that's who we are.
One more question that came up, and I didn't want to interrupt you while you were doing it on the WIC program. Years ago, when I was newly married and we were just living here in Provo, the center for that young population with a lot of families was right here. I mean, it was right here in Provo and Orem, and now we see a shift to that, right, which is shifting like you said, further to Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain. The question is that as we have those shifts, are the resources shifting in the appropriate ways too? We're talking about facilities, because if you have a facility here that is primarily for that, and then all of a sudden now it's not used as much as it was because of others, or is the population still at that same level of use, for those? Because we're finding that, when I was here, that's where we hunted jackrabbits. There was nothing out there. And so now it's a whole different scenario. And so as we're looking at resources going around, I'd hate to go to one area, put a lot of resources into it, and then 10 or 15 years from now, it's not even being utilized anymore, unless we're doing it on a lease basis or something like that to give us some flexibility.
Our division director, Jillian Porto over WIC, we've had about 3 or 4 conversations in the past 3 months on that very topic, on transitioning resources from one geographic area to another.
Yep.
And it wouldn't make sense for an underutilized resource here and a need that's not being serviced over here. And so we're looking at that right now. And we've already started looking and planning for potential opportunities within the heart of Saratoga. But easier said than done, though, to make that happen quickly. But we're making plans for that right now, because something has to happen in the Saratoga area,
right?
Whether it be in North Lehigh but Eagle Mountain, Cedar Valley are just going to explode, and you can also look at how the school districts plan for where schools should be built. That coincides very nicely with young families and WIC, and so we can also use the plans from Alpine School District, who services that area, to help us plan for WIC ought to be located, and we can see where schools are contracting and things like that too for that reason.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And our third item for a work session is the updated presentation for the local grant funding.
The longest one of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to make this really quick. So my name is Katie Fox. I'm one of the
I was kidding. I know.
This is very important, and we wanted to give it its due.
At the Utah County Attorney's
We
Office.
do not want to underestimate the importance of victim coordinators.
Yes. So we are required to report twice a year to the commission. We're happy to let you know we're meeting all of our goals. The county does employ 3 victim coordinators, and one of them is partially funded by the VOCA grant. In our last grant cycle, we had to cut our funding by 25%, so the county gratefully picked up the rest of that position. As with every department, I think we're trying to do more with less. Our office is understaffed with attorneys, and so we try to help the victims as much as we can. So we're spending a lot more time in court now that the courts are open, and doing trials and assisting the victims in our office. So do you have any questions?
I appreciate what you're doing, because with this inflationary curve, we don't know where it's going to pop. So I'm really glad that you have been trying to be as careful with this as possible with the low resources that you have. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So I have the same question I ask every time. Sure. I know how long your presentation was. So that was
Yes.
But the question is on trending. So every time when you come and talk about victims and so forth, what do you see the trends? Where are we going? Are we going up? Are we going down population wise? I'm not necessarily, because usually with population you're going to have some different. So have you looked at those? Have you looked at those trends to see where we're at? Are we doing well? Are we doing worse? What's your thoughts?
I see that we are serving more victims each year that I've been working here. So it seems that the number of victims, not necessarily number of cases, but the number of victims is on the rise, specifically sexual assault and domestic violence victims. And of course, those victims take more resources, more of our time, because of the seriousness of the cases that we're dealing with. So I think there's different trends in the crime levels, but we see more and more victims that we're serving each year.
Does that coincide with growth of population, yes, or are we above that curve?
I'm not quite sure on that. I think the growth in population has a big impact on that. And of course, you know, we only have 3 victim coordinators in our office, where the cities each have their own police departments and advocates that are helping, but we have all of the felony cases in Utah County.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our work session items. Okay. We now like to go to agenda item 14 of the regular agenda. And that's adopt a resolution establishing the 2022 tax rate levies for Utah County, Utah. And then looking at them, I can tell that, yes, the values of homes are going up, therefore the levies are going down. So that's built into the system. We have any comment from Bert? Do you have any comments on this? Any additional insight?
Bert Harvey, Utah County Clerk Auditor's Office. I don't really have any comments. Just the rates are as adopted, as we basically adopted our budget in December and didn't adopt any kind of increase. That means we basically just take whatever is generated from the rate. As you said, Commissioner, the rate naturally adjusts down as values go up because rates are calculated to generate the same amount of revenue this year that we got last year, with the addition of any growth that comes from, you know, new homes, new construction, that sort of thing.
And
So-
this should be specified, this is a Utah County specific rate.
Yeah, this is-
It has nothing to do with the school district,
Yeah.
water district, or cities.
Exactly. The rates we're adopting today are only for Utah County's general operations, the local assessing and collecting, which funds, of course, the assessor's office, treasurer's office, my office, and the recorder's office. And then the various special service areas that are under the supervision of the county commission. So,
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, I was looking at the historic rates, and the rate we will be adopting today is literally the lowest rate in my lifetime in Utah County. I didn't go back farther than my lifetime, but I went back for my entire lifespan, and in my entire lifespan, this is the lowest rate that Utah County has ever had, which shows that our budgets stay level as our population increases significantly, allowing the rate to float down. So we will literally be adopting the lowest tax rate in my lifetime.
Commissioner Lee, you have any?
No, I just want to point out that, I mean, it is going, I'm just going to talk about the Utah County general purposes. You know, in 2021, that was 000724. And it's going to be going down to 000561. But that is on a cash basis, it's going to be going up $2.1 million. So there is an increase in cash. Now, of course, just like I've said before, what one group giveth, inflation taketh, and that comes before typically the onslaught of those who want to raise taxes. So anyway, yeah, we see this. This is a significant jump from that 000724 to 000561. I don't know how. I mean, a lot of this has factors with the value, which we see and we know, we all feel. And if you have a home, you're saying, great, you know, I've got additional. But you can't move, because if you move, you know, you got another problem going on. So there's some captivation that's going on with those who are staying. You know, if you stay here, or if you're in the game, then you have the ability to try to move and do a lateral movement. But anyway,
and the entirety of the increase is new value. So,
Yeah,
I mean, inflation's going to eat it away real fast.
Right.
But it is new value.
You get to capture that for 1 year.
Yeah.
And so that's you know pretty typical with that.
That's
But
1
it
year new
is-
value, but that'll slow very quickly as the housing market slows.
Yep.
And if the new value were to, like 2008, rapidly drop, we wouldn't be able to do much more with this until New Year.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, with that, Should we do like we did last year and just go down and read each item that's the changes that are affected by this?
Well, we could, but
I think
it's
if there's
listed.
no changes from the document that's uploaded in the system, then we could just adopt the.
Yep.
Yeah, last year we had to hold a few items because there were some changes, but we don't have to this year. So, I mean, if you
It's out there in public. Just want to, just out of courtesy, do we want to consider doing it? If
I don't
not,
see a
then
need
let's
to.
not do it.
no, I'll make a motion to adopt item number 14.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes 3-0. We are now to item number 15, Commissioner Lee.
Yes, Robert, if you can go down through this one, I know that there's probably some public here that wants to comment to it as well. At least I'm seeing some that maybe, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth on anything, but if you could kind of go down through this. I did look down through all the exhibits and saw the resolution, and if you could kind of guide us into what you see here. And it's been on our agenda over and over and over and over, trying to get some things worked out.
Okay, so let me just give you just a real brief background. So Eagles Landing, just for y'all know, is off of US 89 in the Bird's Eye area. This was a development that was approved over 20 years ago. It has gone through at least 3 developers who have not been successful in completing the project. We are now on, I think, the 4th developer. I've been a part of it a little bit. Mostly it was Dave Shawcroft that was involved in this. So when I say that to you, what I'm saying is that the county, when we had this new developer came to us and said, we want to finish the development that's been pending for a long time, I think our staff looked at it with a lot of caution and concerns because we've had 3 previous failed developments. So we've tried to, and that's why it's been continued a number of times, because we have been working with the health department, with Public Works, with community development, the attorney's office, and trying to come to a good and resolution that will protect the county, the folks up there, and also the potential buyers of the property. So let me just kind of highlight just a couple of things. We addressed water. Let's start with that. So there are 5 phases of development, and the first 2 phases are basically done. There may be 1 or 2 small things that are addressed in here, but they're basically done. So we're talking mostly about phases 3, 4, and 5 of the development. So water is addressed in this development agreement. Fire is addressed. Now, previously in phase 3, it was anticipated that a fire station would be built and on a piece of property that is adjacent to US 89. That piece of property still remains in the name of the fire district. It was given to the fire district 20 years ago. However, the thing that's changed is there's a fire station now about 6 miles down the road. And that was not there 20 years ago. We have had conversations, the fire marshal has, with Sanpete County, and we have been working together to make that a fire station that can deal with structure-type fires. And part of this agreement covers that. The developer would have to provide a structure-type fire engine that's equipped, and that's all in here. It's in the exhibits. It's approved by the fire marshal. That's been, everything that's in here related to fire has been approved by the fire marshal. So that was what would be happening in this situation. The county, the fire district would retain that parcel. And at such time later, if we needed to develop a fire station on that parcel, we could do that. But for now, we retain that parcel, and we would join efforts with Sanpete County with the fire station just down the road. And there's been discussion with the Sanpete County commissioners to do so. Roads, that's a big issue. Interior roads would be addressed in this agreement. Roads, the secondary access road that goes on to the neighbor to the south, that's owned by Kevin Stratton, that will be built as part of this project. Also, the access points onto US 89 would be addressed. Right now, one access point, the main access point currently, was not built in the correct location, so that'll be addressed. It's addressed in the agreement. And the other access point, which has been already deeded to the county, is in a location that's not as ideal as a different location because there's a better location that our public works folks said this would be better for us for site purposes on US 89. So that's addressed in this agreement. What else? Drainage. That's been a big issue in this development. That is now addressed by engineers in this, and that's going to be addressed as far as by the developer through this, including easements through properties and drainage canals that'll be going through there. Also, the developer, so we've talked a lot about this. The developer recognizes that they could do a bond, and if they bond, they would be able to move forward. They've agreed to a more strict proposal, which means that not only before they can get a permit for a home, they have to have the improvements to that property, even though they may decide to bond for the project. If they decide to bond for the project, the estimate currently is over $6 million, and the county would accept a cash bond. We're not accepting a letter of credit. We've lost those in the past through bankruptcies. And so we're only accepting a cash bond if they choose to do that. And so that's part of this agreement. We've tried to address all the issues that we can think of, that Public Works can come up with, and all the rest of the players on this. The exhibits are detailed. They're quite long. It identifies the road, the drainage, the estimates. Let me reference a couple of modifications slightly. Number one, on Exhibit C, there are some additional drainage easements that we just got yesterday, so that will be modified slightly. And Exhibit D, that's the engineering estimate. The engineering estimate in Exhibit D references May of 2022. We have an updated engineering estimate as of June 27th, 2022, which does reference the $6 million. And that has been approved by the Public Works Department. I have a letter dated June 28th that says that they approved the engineering's estimate for this development.
You said June 28th, as in like 2 days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, like I said, we've been working on this for quite a while.
It's yesterday.
I mean, how many continuances have we had? So we've had quite a few. I think I've addressed, without getting into a lot of details, but I've addressed the main topics that are addressed in this agreement. I don't know if Bryce is here. I saw him walk in, if he has anything else, or if Richard Nielsen has anything else that he wants to add to what I've said from the staff perspective. And we do have a letter from the fire marshal. This is good.
Public Works is good with it.
Okay, so that's all I have. I know that the surveyor's office has looked at, I think, the easements on these too. No? Okay, well, we can then look at it too if we need to. I thought you did. That's my bad. Okay, that's all I have here, unless you have questions for me.
Like you said, this has been a long, drawn-out one.
I think the first one on the agenda in March, so it's just been bouncing every week.
So, Mr. Chair, I think there's some public that may, I don't know if they do or not. Does any of you want to make a comment?
I think the developers may be here as well. if you
The
want to-
developers here too?
Yeah,
Okay.
so.
Let people make a few comments.
I know that their attorney's not here. He has COVID, so he's not here.
Thank you. My name is Paul Washburn. I'm standing in for Mr. Scribner, who agreed to have COVID. This has been a long drawn-out project. As a private consultant, I actually was briefly involved in it back at turn of this century when it was originally proposed in the area. Project, as time has gone on, has developed lots of problems. But I think at this particular point of time, we have got probably the best financially equipped developer to come forward and resolve the problems. And working with the staff and trying to go through and find an equitable way to solve each of the issues that have come up, I think we're probably the closest to getting this resolved it's possible to get. We agree with all of the conditions in the development agreement. We're ready to move forward. We just need your concurrence so that we can move this ahead and get this project finished, and not only take care of the new residents who will be there, but the ones that have lived there for a number of years with not having all of the improvements in that should have been.
Can I ask you one question?
Certainly.
As a developer, do you work with the HOA as well, right?
Yeah, we have HOA, and this HOA is no different than any other HOA I've worked with over the years. I've got a number of members and a number of different opinions of what should be going on.
Right.
But we are doing our best to try and meet all of those needs as best we can. I think at this point we have the majority of the HOA behind us, and we want to move ahead and get this resolved. HOAs have typically not been something that counties, cities, municipalities have wanted to get involved in, though they are citizens too, and I understand that you may have some concerns that you want to make sure are aired.
So I just have one question
Okay,
as a
sure.
developer working with HOAs.
Sure.
With the differing opinions and so forth that are going on, and individuals who have not had the benefits of the full capacity of this, I've heard some feelings about this to a certain degree. And do you think? And I realize the county doesn't really want to get involved, but maybe I'm going to step into this just a little bit. What if the developer was to allow some of the HOA members to say we don't want to be a part of this HOA anymore and back out?
That's pretty difficult to do once an HOA has been established. One of the issues that we were facing with an HOA is there had never been any HOA dues collected the entire length of this project being in place. Once you're in a project like this and an HOA is charged with maintenance and whatever, it's difficult to say, well, everybody gets to benefit from the things that are happening for the HOA, but only a portion of you are going to be participating in paying for those improvements and the ongoing maintenance that needs to occur. I think that the developer, Mr. Maloff, is anxious to work with people and try and find a way to come to an equitable solution. But I guess if the question right now is, can I say absolutely we can exit some people out of the HOA and not others, I don't know quite how to do that. I've been involved in putting together HOAs for 30 years, and the majority of them work extremely well. I think this one would have been, had it been managed all the way through its time of being in existence. But unfortunately, because of the economic conditions as occurred right after 9/11, and again that we had with the next developer, 2008, that's been difficult to do. Like I say, the current developer is much more stronger financially, and I think this is the opportunity to move things forward.
On that note, I know that there were some concerns about things that were in the HOA agreement that I think this is kind of where the commission would be involved in, that I think there were things that years and years ago that we as a county required to be in there that I think that I personally don't think need to be in there, that I don't feel comfortable requiring that in order to get the permitting. And so if I'm understanding it correctly, in order to get the neighborhood approved, in order to get the subdivision approved, the county had required that there be an HOA and that there be certain things in that HOA.
Yeah, anytime there is an open space element, any kind of a common element for a project, that requires an HOA, and I think that's...
and I think there were some requirements in that particular HOA that the county was requiring at the time that I don't think that I wouldn't feel like we need to require. Just a quick example is that dogs would be spayed and neutered. I don't think we need to require that.
Right.
Right? Like, if someone wants to breed their dog or cat in their home, that's their business. I don't feel a need as a commissioner to require that in an HOA in order to get a permit. So I think as you look at it, some of these complaints that you're receiving, you can look at it and say, there were things that were in here that were required by previous commissions that I think that we as a commission would be willing to say, we don't require that.
I think if we could get, maybe if it's even part of the motion, that the commission would allow us to go ahead and write those things out of the agreement, I don't think we have a problem with that at all.
Okay, because
I
I would be
agree.
open to that.
What happens, the pets in your own home is your business.
Right.
On the other hand, if somebody brings in 40 or 50 pit bulls, that's a whole different story.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So there's certain things that we can look at and be reasonable with, and other things that are understandable. But I think if you look at this agreement and you look at this old HOA agreement that was required years ago, there may be elements of that are no longer required, just because we're a very different county than we were 20 years ago.
Certainly. And again, if that could be part of the motion, should you decide to go forward, maybe we come back in 30 days with a list of those items that maybe could be changed, and maybe at a future meeting, you just get an agreement that we can change it with the county on those issues.
Well, I don't even know if
think we
that
have a
has to
problem
be
with that.
part of the motion. We can just let you know our preferences, that if you've got a list of things that you want to take out of it, we're more than happy, I think, to pass this motion now, but letting you know that you're not beholden to those things that were required 20 years ago. That if there's things that your HOA decides you want to write out of it, I don't even think you have to come back to us for permission. Just know that we're not making it contingent upon that.
If that's the case, we're willing to move
Well,
forward. I agree with you.
it is kind of interesting that, we're not going to be involved in the HOA, but here we are fully stepped into the HOA and what it actually does, right? And here now we're saying that we're going to say, oh, you don't have to do what was agreed to before. Well, what if there's some others, and I don't know, but what if there's some other ideas of, well, I don't necessarily want to be a part of this part of the HOA. So can we say, will the commission say, well, okay, maybe we shouldn't be a part of that either?
Right. Well, I think it's different when it comes to, for example, the fire district, because the fire district is a special service district and therefore it's a separate taxing entity. And what we were requiring was that the HOA donate a portion of the land to the special service district.
Yeah.
But whereas
I haven't seen the list of everything else
Right.
that's in there. No. And I don't see the list of everything else that the HOAs would be required to do.
So
If
maybe
it was
you
just
do
the fire station
Yeah.
and the funding of the fire station and roads, open space, and some drainage.
Right.
Now we're talking totally different than spade and neutering dogs
I
and
agree.
cats.
And so maybe we just move forward with this agreement, but you have the understanding that if there's things that you want to pull out of that agreement, maybe you run it by us.
Well,
But that doesn't necessarily affect
so
this
who gets to make
contract.
that determination, though?
Yeah, that's.
So let me address the HOA. The
Yeah.
HOA, all we require in our county code is that they have an HOA.
Okay.
And that they just have to show us they have one. We don't, at this point, we do not review or determine what the content of their HOA documents are.
Okay.
Just that they have them. So I don't know that we can step in and do something more.
Well, good. So
than that.
basically, we
So-
just let you know that the code says you have to have an HOA. You've got one.
Yeah.
We've got the special service district handled and drainage as far as zoning requirements go.
So where did the requirement for the spading of the dogs? Where is
That would have been the first HOA when they decided.
So that
to adopt
didn't
the
come from the
documents,
county
yeah.
then?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have jurisdiction to say, you got to pull that out.
You should say have one.
Yeah,
That's all that's
yeah. It's
required.
we don't have the jurisdiction to say you have to pull it out. We're just saying we're not requiring those things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
We're
county's
not
not requiring
requiring,
those
we're just requiring that you have an HOA, and then we had certain requirements around fire, drainage, roads. Beyond that, what you do is up to you. You're not beholden to us.
Okay, but I want to make one thing really clear. In terms of what you're talking about, the minor rules, whether it's lighting or how late you can play your record player, clearly we ought to be able to
Right.
administer that as an HOA.
Yeah.
The reason you have an HOA is to make sure that you have the common maintenance, insurance, all of those things on your common element areas. And I don't want this meeting to end with anyone having the opinion or the understanding that we can abandon those. We can't.
Right.
That is
Right.
that's the fundamental purpose of an HOA.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is that the small details, we're not requiring them.
And I understand that clearly. Like I say, I just want to make sure anybody that either listens to a tape of this or is here today doesn't walk away with the understanding, well, we can just abandon all that, because we certainly can't.
You'll define those.
So the vote of the majority can impose regulations on the minority HOA.
That's America.
That's an HOA.
It's America.
It's an HOA.
Fortunately, like it or not.
But again, when you're approved as a planned unit development, there is the reason you require the HOA is to make sure these common element facilities are maintained.
Yeah.
And that's
The
what we
HOA
have
is
to
not
do.
a constitutional republic with a Bill of Rights.
So we have someone in the audience who I think someone wants to speak to this.
Okay, I'll.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm Mike Rigby. Happen to live out there in this subdivision. And by the way, they're very happy with how the county's handled stuff out there for the most part. There've been a lot of issues, the water issues, the drainage issues, and the Public Works has been really good to work with, and they always give you an ear. That's the one thing I gotta say, that they've been really good that way. I have some concerns with this whole process of how this has gone down. I'm just going to give you my quick opinion of how it happened. Back in October, we were told that we had to have an HOA. Most of the people are pretty much okay with having to have one. In the subdivision, there's like 94 lots. There are going to be 5 HOA board members, and so each lot got 5 votes. When we had this meeting, we sat there with probably about 30 people from the community there and the developer, Matt. As this was brought up, one of the, a guy who's a contractor out there said, "Hey, are you going to stack the deck? Are you going to stack the board in your favor? Because you have most of the votes, because almost half the lots were not sold at that time." And he said, "No, we don't. We want you to have the board that you want." So everybody kind of went along with all of that, knowing that we have 40 plus people who live out there. There's about 23 homes now in the subdivision. But when it came down to the actual vote, we had 10 people that wanted to run for the office, and the 5 that Matt voted for became those who were the board members. 2 of them had lots out there that they had just barely purchased, and 3 of them lived there, but 2 did not live there. So we have this board that isn't really out there, and one of those has already resigned because they couldn't build soon enough. So it's been kind of an awkward situation with the way this has all gone down. And so what it's done is it's lost confidence in the developer because he didn't do it how he said he was going to do it. And for the rest of us that live out there, we're going, okay, what's happening with this? And if you go back and you read some of the bylaws that they tried to put in after this voting took place, it says that the HOA is now going to be responsible for fixing the drainage problems. I don't think that's right. I think when I talked to the Public Works, they said, "Well, who's making the money off of this?" And I said, "Well, the developer is, and he should be responsible for making sure that all this stuff is correct if there's issues." But the one thing I will say about the people in this community, they bought out there originally because they were told there is no HOA and it's not being enforced. None of these rules are being enforced. But the county enforced theirs, and quite well, saying, here's your setback, here's how big you can have it, you got to have so many square feet. All of those things have been complied with so far. So we're happy with that part of it, but we're just really, really reluctant to see this go forward under the circumstances that are, because it doesn't feel like the developer has our best interest. He has his best interest in mind, and that's the concern. So I'm just giving you my 2 bits worth on it. I appreciate your ear and listening to this, but that's really the concern. Other than that, we'd like to see the lots sold out there. We'd like to see it finished developing, and I think this is really good that they're requiring the cash bond. Right now, the way this has been sold, and there's been people buying out there, they don't realize that they're financing this project. This isn't a place where a developer came in, bought and paid for the roads and the infrastructure, and then turned around and sold the lots off and paid off his loan. So the people that are actually buying lots are financing this. And I don't think that they understand that, it could be a year, it could be 2 years before they actually are able to build on those lots out there. There are 3 lots available right now in the built area that are for sale. And they're less money than some of the ones they're asking in the area that you can't build. So there's a little bit of a double standard going on, but it'll fluctuate with whatever the market will bear. So we just have to live with that part. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any additional comments on this?
Just if we've had residents that have lived there for years and years and not been under an HOA, it is difficult to try to bring them in and require them to live under requirements that weren't there when they bought their property. They haven't been living under them, and then all of a sudden they come in. That does create a difficult precedent.
And there is one case which has been adjudicated, which is Miller versus Fink, that says if the normal person walking through the subdivision can see that an HOA covenant has not been enforced, that covenant cannot be enforced upon that individual. Every one of us that's up there now, except maybe 3 people. By the way, my name is Blaine Nichols. I live in in Eagles Landing. All of us but 3, maybe 4, moved up there because we understood very clearly from the seller and the real estate agents involved that there was no HOA, that it was not functioning, that it had never charged any dues, it had never enforced any covenants at all. And on that basis, we bought to be out in the country, not down in Mapleton or in Spanish Fork. That was a very specific purpose for buying up there. Apart from that, accuracy, clarity, precision, and consistency are important to any legal proceeding. Without that, you get the January 6th Commission or Eagles Landing over the last 25 years. There has been an inconsistency in what is up there, what the documents say. There is no consistency whatsoever as to who belongs there. The developer has just recently proposed or circulated a new bylaw which purports to cover an entity that none of us have ever heard before. It's Eagles Landing Association of Lot Owners. That has never been a name that's been associated with that subdivision in the past. That inconsistency is what has caused the problem, because everybody has been able to point to somebody to solve the problems, and nobody's taken responsibility because there is no clear definition. The document that you have at hand right now, the development agreement, if I could read the first whereas, it says, whereas Eagles Landing Utah Holdings LLC purchased and desires to complete phases 1 and 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 1, Eagles Landing Utah Holdings LLC, as denominated here, does not exist in the state of Utah. It is not a Utah corporation. Eagles, with an apostrophe, a possessive Eagles Landing Holdings LLC, indeed exists in Utah, and it is registered to Matt Malouf's wife. Matt Maloof is the lead developer on this intended continuation of the project. It says that that entity, erroneous entity, which really does not exist, purchased and desires to complete phases 1 and 2. The corporation Eagles, with an apostrophe, Landing, owned by Matt Malouf's wife, does not own of record any land at all in Eagles Landing, nor in Utah County at all. That's according to public records. I don't know what that will do as far as establishing bonds. I don't know how they're going to bond against land that they do not own. I don't know what agency will provide that bond. I know that there were bonds of approximately $1.5 million established 25 years ago that were purloined, misappropriated, somehow just disappeared. I would think that before anything happens, the developer primarily and the county would be trying to find out what happened to those monies that were established at the time of the original conception of this entity. There was money there that should have been there for the fire truck. Now they're having a new bond. I don't know what the bonds are going to be. I don't know what they're going to bond. I'm concerned with the wording where it talks about bonding. There's 2 different alternatives, or maybe 3 or 4 different alternatives as to when and what they have to bond for. If I were sitting at your shoes, I would want them to bond for the entirety of the subdivision costs, plus in case they fail like all the other developers have up there, because the economy turns down, sales don't get made, whatever reason they can't get subcontractors, that bond should be in place and should be firmly in place before they proceed at all, and before, I believe, stipulated with a date as to when it has to be done. In this development agreement, it says that all the development has to be done prior to October 1st of 2022. And in another place, it says that it has to be done by June 30th of 2023. I don't know when it's supposed to be done, but there are great inconsistencies in this document, asking forgiveness from legal people who have been involved with its preparation. But there are inconsistencies throughout this document that I think that if you go ahead and sign that at this point without getting all those things clarified, we will be repeating the same things that's been repeated for the last 2 decades in Eagles Landing. The Homeowners Association, with all deference, has never, and by the way, I have opted out of the Homeowners Association because the entity has been abandoned from its very inception. It has never functioned, and I will not participate in it. There has been no communication, no honest working communication between the developer and the HOA. It just has not happened. I would like to see it happen. I would offer my time and my efforts to help it happen. But somebody who can make a decision has to sit down and get all these things clarified, or else you will be perpetrating the same things that have happened over the last 20 years in Eagles Landing. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
You want me to say anything? Respond to any of this?
Just wondering on the, on
So
the date
let me address a couple of
inconsistencies.
things
Yeah.
that was said, and this is for everybody's benefit. So the original bonding was in place, as mentioned, by a letter of credit, and then the county received a letter that the bond was no longer in effect because of bankruptcy. So there's no money. And we received that. We were as shocked as anybody else, going back in the old days. So right now, the proposed bond is a cash bond. So they have to bring cash in to the county, and we're the ones that be holding that bond. And that cash amount is 125% above the estimate. The estimate's a little more than four point something $million, but the cash bond amount is actually 125% of that. So in order to make sure that we do cover all of this if we have to, so that if Public Works has to bid it out or go out there and finish this project. So we've learned from our mistakes a little bit, and we've said, okay, look, we're not going to accept a letter of credit like we did before, which got taken away from us. We're going to require cash, and that's what is in here. The 2 different dates talk about the cash being posted by October and the completion of all the improvements by June of next year.
Okay.
So that's what's going on there. I will also say to you, whether this project, you approve this or not, we require Eagles Landing to have an HOA. It was required 20-plus years ago. It was formed 20 years ago plus. It was recorded against every property owner. So if you go back and look at the titles, you'll see that the HOA is referenced in the titles of the documents. If you go back and do a title search on their property, you'll see it. So all that's there. Now, admittedly, it has not been functioning. But Eagles Landing, the folks that are the developer, realized that in order to be in compliance with Utah County land use ordinance provisions, they had to have a functioning HOA. So that's why I'm assuming, I didn't talk to him about this. In October, I wasn't talking to him about this. I'm assuming that is why they started forming it. And they retained an attorney who specializes in HOAs who has done that. That's what I know, but a little bit secondhand on those parts. But as far as the county itself requires it by our ordinance. So whether you approve this development agreement or not, we have to have an HOA.
Okay, but you did. So we have learned from the past it's a cash bond now instead of a credit bond.
Yep.
The two dates, one is when the bond is posted by, and one is when the improvements are made by.
Yep.
And we've made sure there was plenty of money in the bond.
125%.
Okay. So
Plus
those
a
were
warranty
three of those
period on top of
questions.
that.
Can I ask us a short question?
Come on up.
I'm Marshall Nichols, and I'm just wondering, is there a possibility of the first 23 homes that are in there that have not ever paid 1 penny into that homeowners association, could they be grandfathered out?
I don't know.
That was a question I was going to ask.
I don't think so, legally. I don't.
And
And the case that Mr. Nichols is referring to was enforcement of bylaws and CCNRs, not necessarily whether you're part of an HOA or not. So I think that really is not our issue. And I hate to say that.
That wouldn't be up
it
to
sounds
us. That would be
harsh,
like a
right?
court issue.
I mean, it's between the HOA. They've got to work out what they're going to do. All we're requiring is that they have an HOA and that they have CCNRs. That's what we required 20 years ago. That's what we require now. And that's why I think that they started forming this back up.
Given the delay, can they opt out of an HOA?
I would say no, but I
Sorry.
don't know that officially. I don't. I'm not involved in HOAs other than to make sure we have them.
Bryce Armstrong, Community Development Staff, just to kind of reference the land use ordinance requirement. It was referenced earlier by Mr. Washburn, but the HOA was put in place to provide certain amenities and services, including the water system, that are required for the ordinance to exist for all 70, 90, however many lots we have up there. And so we have another document independent of the CCNRs that the county required that they be a party to, and that's the Open Space and Maintenance Agreement. And so that's the document that the county requires, that the HOA and the county agree to. The CCNRs are the ones that I think are referring to some of these dog requirements and other things that aren't based on county ordinance requirements. And we're trying to get out of the business of being involved with those and the enforcement of those.
So those, I mean, the county was the one that asked for an HOA.
Yes, the ordinance required
it. Yes.
Required it.
Still does.
It still does. Can that be changed?
Yes, but see, you now have a project where it's been approved with an HOA, and if you were to remove those 23 folks who are supposed to be splitting the cost of the ongoing HOA maintenance, you might be liable to a claim by the developer.
So what if, I mean, changed, I started with that one, meaning, and you jumped right to, we just take them off. But what if it was changed to modify and say, this is exactly what it is? Water, roads, drainage.
And that's, you've heard that here.
That's it.
That the HOA can address all those issues. But the folks within the development, the county, when the county approves the development, we approve that they're going to develop the properties and then the HOA is going to maintain it ongoing in perpetuity.
Right.
The county's not going to maintain the water issues.
That's the reason why we do it.
Exactly.
And I get that. I get that because we don't want to be involved in the maintenance of it after, it's, I mean, in the cities, they develop it, right? And then they turn the roads over and so forth, but we have that. In this case, we're saying you're responsible for the open space, you're responsible for the roads, you're responsible for the water. The roads are already turned over? Okay, so.
The water is not provided by the HOA, it's provided by a separate individual entity.
The point is that can it be modified to say, this is what the HOA is, and it's no longer now about, dogs and cats. And so this is what it is.
Yeah, I think the HOA can do that. I think the HOA could modify, with the vote of their folks, they could modify the CCNRs to take away the dogs and cats and those things that we've been talking about here today. I don't think that they could take away the maintenance requirement that we require by our ordinance currently and required by our development agreement previously, and it's on the plat that they had to do these things, that they had to maintain these things. I don't think you can take that away. But you could certainly, the HOA can take away all the other requirements that, you got to have white blinds in your home instead of brown ones. I mean, they could take.
I think the point is though, is on those things in common, that makes sense. It makes sense for those things in common. But those things that are outside of that, if the county is only going to a certain level, and that's it, this is all we're doing, then anything over and above that, you'd have to get buy-in. I mean, it's not like the HOA goes beyond that, or otherwise. I mean, they could. I mean, and they do. I see them. You can't put stuff in your yard. You can only park cars on this. You can certain colors. All those kind of things go on with HOAs. But if the county just said we're only going to this level, that's all we're requiring, and then over and above that, you're going to have to get other people to opt in.
And I understand all that. I think that all we're trying to do is what we can do, which is require the HOA. And require that there's certain basic maintenances that have to be done, but
and we can't compel membership to HOA. That's because
we've already done that when we approved it way back when, that all the lots are members of the HOA and subject to the fees assessed. Yeah, I mean, that was when the subdivision was put in place. But we're not telling them that they have to have dogs and, the different rules that we're talking about. There's two different things going on.
Right.
The one thing is going on is the maintenance fees that would be charged to maintain water facilities or roads or whatever facilities, drainage facilities, which will require that. And then the other ones are other kinds of things that really are, maybe you don't like it, you can't have certain flags out or whatever, right? I mean, those.
And when I proposed a rewrite of those CCNRs to everybody, the developers completely ignored me, would not even entertain it, wouldn't say I was right or wrong, nothing. It was just, we are gonna go with the way they are written, and that's the way it's gonna be, and that's the way it's been. It's not a cooperative relationship.
It's easy to think that you have no benefit from the HOA. One of the things we're also forgetting in this is a development that has allowed smaller lots to be developed. We have excess acreage. That's why you can have a septic system. If we want to throw out the HOA altogether, then each of these lots needs to acquire at least 5 1/4 acres so they can have a legal septic system. That has been put, that additional acreage that allows that to happen is part of the HOA. It was part of the original engineering that was being done and is a benefit to the people that are there. You can't go back and just say, well, I want this, this, and this, and I'm going to ignore the others. In terms of the basic structure that this development was put under, all of the health and safety issues, particularly septic, it was done for a purpose. You can't walk away from that mid-development.
Right, and I see where you're going with that. I guess my concern is that the original intent behind the county saying you have to have an HOA is so that it will offload the burden of the county being responsible for it to the HOA or to the residents that are up there.
that and a state legal requirement that there is an organization that takes care of the common element, which is part of this, what is making the septic system work, drainage, all of the other things that make the development work.
Right.
It's
So
not something that I can just say I'm not going to do anymore. I don't think it's even something the county can just say, well, you don't have to have one. If you have a common element, the law is you've got to have an organization
Right, and I
that
think
takes
that
care of it.
I think that I agree with you on that. That was set up. That was set up back then. But I don't. But I would be shocked if the county was like, yeah, we want to give you this, the HOA to accommodate all these little functions that need to go on within here, and then go ahead and do whatever you want with the rest of it too, and dogs and cats or whatever the colors of cars, and I think that's where I don't think the county would never intended for that. They were saying this is what we're looking for to be taken care of by the HOA. And so I'm wondering if that can't be limited to just what that needs to be taken care of, because the county was the one asking for it.
I think the thing that needs to happen is we need to find out if we've got a development one. As we do that, it's in our best interest to have good CCNRs that work for everybody in order to be able to sell lots, bring people into the development. I don't know that you can start on day one and say we can anticipate everything. Clearly, with the dogs and cats, we certainly can right away. But we need to have a functional organization. There are some people that will move into a development like that and want absolutely nothing. There are others that come in and say, no, I want a development that works, where I know that the common element is well taken care of, it's insured, it's done the way it's supposed to be. And we've got to find a balance between all of those people.
So it almost sounds like there needs to be a lot more communication that's going on.
Well, again, that's something you work through as part of an HOA. You have regular meetings, you try and work through all of those issues. But again, until we have a project, we don't have much to work with. We need to move forward and have this approved, or tell us to go away and we're not going to have it approved at all. I don't think that's a good option right now. I think we've got a better option to get this thing finished and done the way it was originally intended now than we've ever had in the past, and I hate to see that fall apart. Thank you.
Apparently, there were some bylaws and some CCNRs that were made or created by an attorney about 20 years ago when this development was first made. And those were the bylaws and CCNRs that we've been going on. This neighborhood, this development has been going on for the past 20 years, as I understand it. So when this new developer came in, those were the bylaws and CCNRs that he was going on. And so when he came in, he developed or created or appointed a steering committee, which I don't know who gave him that authority to create some kind of a steering committee. So he appointed Mary, John, Dick, Harry to be on this steering committee. And from there, then there was created a voting for a board to be developed. So there was balloting for who was going to be on this board. And in this CCNR, it said that the way that things would be handled was that it would be by mail, and that's how it would be, and that you would have to go up to physically, everyone would have to go physically up to Heber Valley to be at a meeting, to have your annual meetings up to a Heber Valley meeting place to gather together physically annually. And then everybody would vote. Well, you can tell that this was an antique CCNR that was supposedly written up by an antique attorney 20 years ago. And those were the ones that we were supposed to be living by. So when a new developer came in, there should have been some new CCNRs written. The 23 or so ever members of this neighborhood should have been gathered together at a physical place not up at Heber Valley where none of us lived. And we should, there's, like you said, sir, none of this has been communicated. There's not been any communication gone on. There's been bad feelings, hurt feelings. We would like this to be a beautiful community where we all want to be, love to be. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to live. But we can't live with 20-year-old CCNRs, bylaws, and 20-year-old laws. And there shouldn't have been steering committees developed that put in this farce of a board, put it in place, in my humble opinion. And so we would be happy to be in a homeowners association and pay our fair share, but it has to be done going back and dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and done right. And I don't think it has been done right.
So to follow what she's saying, have all the residents been involved in this change, Robert?
I mean, again, we're not involved on the HOA. I hate to tell you this.
I know.
We just don't get involved.
What
And
I mean,
so,
yeah,
it's like
I know
this-
they
we
have
don't
for
have
us to
purview
approve
over
the
that.
development, have we observed that there's been communication between the two communities?
You don't need to have that.
I don't know. I mean, Jared Anderson's been hired by Seiler and Anderson to do that, from what I understand. And I'm assuming he would have complied with law, but I don't know. We haven't been involved in that.
Yeah, 'cause-
I think the one common thing here between both parties, though, is both parties I've heard are interested in having development done. I think you heard from the folks that are upset about the CCNRs.
They're just concerned that the HOA is
They're upset about the HOA
updated,
stuff,
which
but-
is something
but-
that you can
But clearly,
do.
they want to have the development, the roads finished, things done, and new neighbors, those kind of things. I'm certain, but that's really where we're at today. We're not. I hate to say it, but you really won't be able to address the HOA issue.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm Roland Robinson. I'm the project manager there, and I own a lot there and building a home there. We did have an HOA meeting in September. It was attended by 75 people plus, and it was held in Kevin Stratton's barn across the street. Unfortunately, the Nichols were out of town and they weren't able to be there, and we understand that. But we had a very good HOA meeting where we all communicated. The steering committee was there, headed by Spencer Cannon, headed by people that are residents of Eagles Landing, to try to help us get organized and move forward with the HOA. So was it the exactly perfect way to do it? Probably not. But it was the only way that we could see to do it. And I've talked with Blaine Nickel many times and sat down and gone through all of his concerns. So I don't understand the comments that there has been no communication. There's been a lot of communication. We're not able to satisfy everybody because of the past developers had problems that Robert has explained to us, that we couldn't go back and fix everything to make it perfect in order to move forward. It's impossible. And so we did the best we could to pull people together, to listen, to create a situation that is amenable. And most of the people there are very happy with this. There are 2 or 3 or 4 people that aren't. And we feel bad about that. Mike is my neighbor, and I love Mike. He's a good guy. I'm the one that said we are not going to stack the board. The Ridge Point Development, who had the project before us, had a 7-member board. 5 members of their board were members of their corporation.
That's what I meant. So I think there was probably a misunderstanding in semantics. By stacking the board, we never planned to do that. So every person there, as Mike mentioned, is either a resident there or owns a lot there. There's nobody there, including myself, that's on the board or even ran for the board that is part of the development team. And so we wanted to make sure they understood that we wanted to make sure and put it in the hands of the people that live there. And that was the intention, and that's what we did. And the fact that Matt voted the way he did, he had every right to vote. He owned that many lots. So we talked about the possibility of him abstaining from the vote. In the final analysis, we decided that wasn't a good idea. And so he had the right to vote because he owned that number of lots. And so I just wanted to stand and try to clarify a couple of things of why things were done the way they were. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. And we've done the best we can to come in and work with the residents there and create an amenable situation for everybody. But not everybody's going to be happy.
Yeah, we've had this before, a different community where we had to stand back and let the two entities work things out and allow
we're happy
things
to
go
do that.
forward. But that way, we're not interfering with the HOA or the residents, what they want to do, and neither at the same time the developer who's working with them.
And the HOA is, the board consists of all members, of all people that live there or own lots there. And we have no intention of coming in and manipulating. We want to let them make the decisions. We want to support the HOA. It's functioning. The board had another HOA meeting about 4 weeks ago. And so the HOA is functioning, which is what the county asked us to do. And we have done our best to try to be cooperative with the people that live there. I don't know where the information is coming from that the project is being financed by sales. That's simply not true. Matt Maloof has put a lot of money into that project and will end up putting a lot more in. So people buying lots are not financing the project. It's being financed by somebody who is actually putting up a lot of money to make it happen. So I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Do you have new CCNRs? Or are you still under the old ones?
Yes, yeah, we've gone through the CCNRs and we agree completely that they need to be changed, and we appreciate Amelia Gardner's input on that. We feel the same way. If the county will work with the HOA to get the changes made that need to be made, we're happy to support
So
that.
you have new CCNRs right now that have been voted on? And
Yeah, the CCNRs are in place, have been for over 20 years.
Not new ones though, just
But not new ones.
the new ones, the old
They
ones
need
are
to
in
be,
place.
and the board now has been charged with the responsibility to go through those CCNRs and come back with changes that they see as being necessary. And so that process is well on its way. We just need to get on the same page. So anything else that I can help with there?
No.
Appreciate your help.
So I think the conclusion is this agreement just lets the development move forward, but then the residents and the HOA need to work together to find CCNRs that they agree on, knowing that we're only requiring the minimum.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. I feel comfortable with that.
Please come up.
Two things. Regarding the vote that was held for board members, the current CCNRs and bylaws state that only individuals of record can vote. Matt or the corporation that his wife owns do not own any property of record. They may have an agreement, which Matt told me he did, to where land will be transferred or lots will be transferred from the current owners, which is Eagles Landing at Bird's Eye, two separate words. They are the current record owners of lots. Once a sale is made, if a sale is made, they will then transfer the lot from Eagles Landing at Birdseye to Utah Holdings, and then the next day to the ultimate purchaser. So they do not own anything. So he voted without being of record, which is what the actual, that's what the document says. I'm not trying to throw anything in. That's what the document says. Your document, the development agreement, also says that Eagles Landing Utah Holdings LLC, which does not exist, will provide water, an agreement for the water. That is referenced as Exhibit E. If you will read Exhibit E, you will find that Matt has that water in his personal name, not in the name of the non-existent company. One more of those continuing inconsistencies where one hand does one thing and another hand does something completely different, and nobody controls what the hands are doing. Somebody has got to get down and clarify the wording, or you will be perpetuating what's happened for the last 20 years. And I think it's very unclear at this point.
And that's where I think we need to have the HOA working with what they want and have that followed up between themselves and the developer. Any other thoughts?
Well, I want this development to go forward. And I want it to be successful because it's been many years in which it's been unsuccessful. And I think there's a benefit to the citizens for that development to go forward. The rest of it, I mean, I'll just state it. I'm not really a fan of HOAs, especially on I mean, it was stated that this is America. It's not the America that I know, but anyway, it is, contracts that you enter into, and if you're going to live up there, then you enter into that willingly, and it's recorded. So I get it. People do it. I have a son that lives in an HOA. He hates it because of all the stuff that goes on. But anyway, the reason why the county wants an HOA is to administer the things that is in this document, to make sure that they're taken care of. And I totally agree that needs to be taken care of. The rest of the stuff, although it bugs me, I don't think we have any power.
We don't have any power
to do anything with it, except for just voice disappointment, I guess, that it hasn't happened or there hasn't been communication, and maybe more communication. Maybe there's been meetings and CCNRs are moving, but I mean, you're going to be neighbors, for crying out loud. We got to just sit down and work some of these things out and see if we can find some solutions to it, as best as possible, because I think that's the detriment of some HOAs, is that it becomes this militant, walking around with somebody every night watching to see if you're doing something that's wrong. And boy, who wants to live in a society like that? I don't. But anyway, I'm in favor of passing this with an understanding, and the understanding is just my own opinion, that the developer, that the residents up there, you just got to have more conversations about what's going on, even if they're going to be very passionate conversations, and getting things in place and getting the 20-year-old CCNRs out of the way and bringing it up to speed, to make sure that it works in a fashion that is meaningful.
Yeah.
And we're just requiring a basic of HOAs.
And if there's wordings, I mean, I think the one we kind of went over of the different dates that were on there, when it comes down to individuals voting or not, that's not anything I think that we have any. No. We don't have anything to say over that.
We can't control it.
That's an area that I think that the members will have to work through.
But don't contract with an entity that does not exist.
Well, that's interesting, and I don't know about that, Rob.
So they're Exhibit E, they're acquiring the water from John Jacobs, and then they're going to transfer that water over to the ultimate entity. So that's what's happening on Exhibit E.
Those promises have been made for
Well, it's required in the contract. If you approve it, it's required. So,
So if we prove it, they have to.
Yeah.
Okay. So we actually are giving a guarantee by approving it
With cash.
with cash.
they have to.
6 million in cash.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm in favor of moving forward with this. I'm just going to state it. I'm kind of disappointed in some of the communication maybe that has happened along the way, but it sounds like this has been a 20-year, a lot of miscommunication that's happened along the way. So it's one that's moving. I see us moving forward with this is hopefully a step in a direction to give more stability to it.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'll make a motion that we approve and authorize the commission to sign development agreement as stated in number 15 on our regular agenda.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 So 15 passes 3-0.
Before we hit the next item, I do have to take care of some childcare issues, so I'm gonna need like a 5-minute personal privilege. I had daycare need to hear from me by 5:30.
Alice, can we do a recess and just pause
Yeah, that's okay.
about 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes would be plenty. I had to hear.
Sure.
Daycare had to hear from me by 5:30, so I'm gonna call him real quick.
Hey, Tim.
Next. You want to strike that one?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we are now back in our public regular agenda meeting, and now we are on agenda number 17. Commissioner Lee, you had a question about this one?
We could talk about camping now.
Yes. Yeah. So I've kind of read through it. I've had a chance to talk with Tim about this, and I'm just wondering if, I mean, there's multiple ways that we can do this, right, Tim? So I'm just wondering if we shouldn't take this to a work session first, and then just kind of walk down through it, talk about it as commissioners, and hopefully it won't be as long as a work session as some of them that we had.
Sure.
But whatever we need to do to kind of look down through the chapter and the two chapters on there. And now that we've got an explanation, and thank you for that explanation that you sent to us, that gives me a better feel for it. Plus, it will give us maybe an opportunity to see how big of a problem this is, or not in the county, or if we need to head it off before it becomes, a bigger problem into the future. But I think it would be nice for us to take it into a work session and then decide if we need to, after the work session, decide if we need to send it to the Planning Commission. And that's kind of my recommendation.
Right.
However you'd want to handle it, if that's what you want to do it, then we can, set up a work session. And we are working on the language, like I said, because we need to make sure that Tim Taylor, from the County Attorney's Office for the record, we need to make sure that other collateral effects in the land use ordinance, aren't negatively impacted. And so that's what we want to do. So we can take our suggestions to the Planning Commission. We can try to come up with something, then we can bring it back to you. Obviously, they're just a recommending body and stuff, and so however you'd want to proceed, Commissioners.
Well, I think if it does have to go to the Planning Commission, I'd rather not delay that. Apparently, there are more people in the neighborhood starting to use the same service.
And so let me just say, I really didn't know too much, or I didn't know anything about this service that existed before we started hearing some complaints. And so what I've done is that I've done a little research, just gone out and Googled and tried to find out more about these types of things that are happening in other jurisdictions to see how they address the problems and stuff like that. And there are a number of jurisdictions that have dealt with a similar sort of issues. And it seems to me like the biggest issue is the traffic issue, because you have a number of big RVs and campers and stuff coming onto a property, 7 days a week that really weren't intended for that. And so they're also struggling, what I've seen. I'm not sure that there's a great solution. And so I don't know how pervasive the problem is here in Utah County, but when we looked at our land use ordinance after we received the complaint, we thought that there may be a little bit of a deficit, a little bit of a loophole that could allow for this sort of use that maybe wasn't initially intended. And so that's what we wanted to just look at it. And so that's what we're doing.
I'm just trying to balance this with private property rights.
Absolutely.
And not having government be overbearing with it, and so I think it'd be nice to hear some of the language that maybe that you're proposing or looking at, and in the work session.
Yeah,
and then how much of this, if there was one complaint that came forward, what this looks like, so that we can then make a recommendation to the Planning Commission, either narrow or broad, whatever the case is.
I think that one of the things we could do with regards to your work session is that we could bring the information that we gathered.
Yep, that'd be great.
So we have a lot of pictures, and we actually had someone who did a little undercover work and went out there and went through this whole process and stuff. And so we have a good idea as to what's going on out there and stuff, and the number of vehicles and campers and stuff. And so that might help shed a little bit of light so you guys can kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, and I think your recommendations, I think you have very valid concerns, Commissioner Lee. I tend to lean the same as you there, but I think they've done a fairly good job of trying to balance ensuring property rights from just the preliminary work that I saw. They've done a very good job of trying to do that without impeding on other property owners or other uses, and still maintaining the residential
Are
feel.
you talking about the email that we received? Is that the document that you
Well,
received?
no,
'Cause I
no.
haven't
So
seen
let me
anything
just
besides that.
So let me just give you just a little bit of information what we're looking at. So if you look at the code section, and I'm looking at the RA5 zone because this is what we were dealing with.
Yeah.
And a permitted use, it says camping on private property by property owners and their permitted guests. That is a permitted use.
Up to
which-
45 days.
Up to 45 days. And so the question is it 45 days per person? Is it 45 days per group? Is it accumulative? Do we have to go out and count those 45 days? There's a lot of issues with regards to that.
And what constitutes a permitted guest?
Exactly. So what we were looking at is we were looking at trying to define what a permitted guest is. And so what we're looking at is possibly that a permitted guest is someone who does not make some sort of reservation to go ahead and stay in the property. For example, Commissioner, if you're going to have a family reunion and you want to have your family come for 20, 30 days, these aren't individuals who are going to make some sort of reservation with you, an online system or through some sort of portal to set up this. These aren't strangers to you. And so strangers who are just showing up through some sort of reservation system, staying a night, and it's going on 7 days a week, that's kind of like a commercial campground. And that's what it's kind of turned into. And so how do you balance that? What you want to do with regards to the family reunion and an individual who moved out there and said, you know what, we're seeing these RVs coming all hours and, you know, the traffic is pretty horrendous. And so that's that balance. And so we thought that if we could try and define permitted guest, that might help us a little bit. I'm not saying that it's going to be the absolute, solution. And maybe once we present it to you, you come up with some ideas that says, no, this isn't going to work. And we have to go back to the drawing table. But that's kind of where we're headed.
Yeah, because we had this conversation with yurts. How long can you have a yurt? And what if you just take the yurt down, for one day and then to put it back up, and now you start the clock all over again? I mean, it was messy. That's the reason why I would like to kind of see some of the thoughts beforehand, maybe talked about with the commission, and then I think maybe we can come to a conclusion on what we'd like to pass forward.
And maybe what we could do is that in our work session, we could actually come up with the recommended language that we're looking for, right, and how would it affect the collateral effects on these other zones, and kind of give you an overview of that.
That'd be very helpful.
And then go from there.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, did you want a motion?
I'll make a motion that we strike number 17, then it could just be put back on the agenda.
As a work item?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0, stricken.
And do you want that on for the 13th, the next available commission meeting?
Well, you can just put it on the agenda and then we can click on it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Thank you.
13 is best or later, let us know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think sooner is probably better. We do have the neighbors on both sides of this property have put their homes up for sale.
Yeah.
And it's affecting their ability to sell their homes.
Yep. Okay. That is it for our regular agenda. Do we have any public comments? I see anxious bodies wanting to say something somewhere. Seeing none, then we will then go to our closed session. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Alice.
Goodbye.